hearings. The participant or the presenter for this morning is Mr. Panichi Gundo from Soweto Brands. Over to you, Mr. Gundo.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity that you have given me, Competition Commission in South Africa, to participate at this event. So much thankful for the respect that you have shown us, and I hope I'm going to do justice to the presentation and to also have an analysis of what is happening in the retail sector in South Africa. Allow me to mention that I was horrified not to understand how an industry, which when I did my rough calculation is about 500 billion capitalization on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. You can go and do your own calculation. All the 5 retail companies that we have in South Africa are all listed on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. So that could give you a picture of what we are talking about. And when we had a lot of talk about transformation and changes in the mining industry, BEE scorecards, and all these kind of things, I just wondered how the retail sector is kept that radar. And up to now, I still wonder how this industry, where almost everybody, when you are working, you almost at the end of the day spend your money at the retail sector. So I would like to say we need to have a closer scrutiny of this industry and have a situation where the industry are also part of the transformation in South Africa. Please don't quote me right. I'm not using the word transformation in a wrong way. I'm using the transformation word as in change. So get me correct on that. If you do an analysis of the industry in South Africa of the retail sector, it actually reflects the situation where we find, like in another country, like take it Germany, Spain, Italy, Japan, Nigeria, where we have got fewer retail sectors, retail players in the industry. The question then we need to ask yourself, as much as we are a reflection of what is happening in the other countries, we need the industry itself to reflect the economic situation in South Africa and to also reflect the transition where we are coming from. So what is more important to me is not a question about the number. It is the question of the behavior. And it is the question of the who controls who and who is doing what. So I think that is very, very, very important. And we need to have an industry which makes sure that it participates in the economic emancipation of everybody. We need an industry which is not exploitative. We need an industry where everybody is included. We don't need an industry which only goes to Soweto when they need profits. But when the people from Soweto needs to have a livelihood, the same industry denies them. So the question is, you need me some other time, but some other time you don't need me, which to me is very unfair. And if you look like what I'm going to show you, if you look at the industry that we have now, it's really surprising to me that almost all the retail sectors are almost like pharmacies. They have almost taken the whole pharmaceutical industry right now. They have taken the whole liquor industry right now. They have taken the building industry also. They have taken almost every industry is actually now under the umbrella of the big retail shops. So this to me, it needs deep analysis. So in my presentation, I'm going to be a little bit hurrying, and it just gives you some of the issues that we think we should be looking at. So this is my presentation outline. I'm going to provide my general view or opinion of the comparing reasons for the need for an in-depth review of the competition environment in the South African grocery industry sector. Provide a comprehensive analysis of the incumbent participants, their structures, and the procurement behaviors. This is very important. There are some things that we don't usually see by our naked eyes. But that kind of things that we don't see is the kind of situation, is the kind of understanding that we need to do. Provide an in-depth analysis of in-store brands, private labels, and their impact on innovation, supplier development, effects on employment, and the development of the industry in general. Provide an analysis of the small business supplier development program, their abuse and retrogression in the development of a competitive and solid supplier base in South Africa. Provide a recommendation and the way forward in an endeavor to make the industry sector inclusive and non-discriminatory. An analysis of the retail business supplier development programs, their abuse and retrogression, and in the development of competitive and solid supplier base in South Africa. What I'm talking to you here is not something that I've, what I could say, read, fun as much as I might have read about it. It is the practical things that you find in South Africa. I participate in the retail, and you can't believe the kind of behavior that we have in South Africa, where we have goods from China are more accommodated than goods from South Africa. And if, for some analysis reason, I think when Facebook started, even George Bezos, the owner of one of the big retail shops in the USA right now, laughed. He never thought Facebook would ever make money. Nobody even gave a thought to Facebook. But where is Facebook now? Facebook is actually right now one of the biggest companies in the USA. It developed from being a child, crawling, walking, standing on its own, walking, running, and ended up running more than the old guys who have been there. The same applies with Amazon.com. Nobody thought you could buy your grocery on your computer at home. So the same applies here in South Africa, where we have got whatever we are trying to do with the product that we are trying to do. They can do very well, as long as there is support on it, as long as the retail sectors do something about it. So if you look at the issues that we are talking about here, if you look at what has been recommended by the European Commission guidance on Article 109 on the enforcement priorities, when you are talking about the analysis of an industry from a competitive perspective, it talks about we need to analyze the constraints imposed by actual competitors. What are these guys doing? We take into consideration our 5 big retail shops. Constraints imposed by the possibility of expansion of existing competitors and the new entrants. This is the issue when we talk about these guys have actually extended their tentacles to almost all the location, and there is no more business in the location. They have taken almost every prime area in the location. So that is what we are talking about here. Their expansion, what does it mean? Competition imposed by countervailing buyer power. Constraints of supply role as the gatekeeper to the market and the significant effect of the market as a whole should be considered too. This was also an added element from the University of Oxford on top of the 3 that the European Commission has talked about. If you look at this, probably that is from an academic point of view, but if you look at this analysis, which I'm not going to go deep into, you would see that if you look at the rivalry among our competitors right now, the 5 of them, to me, they don't compete. I don't see Pick and Pay competing with the ShopRite. I'm not seeing Woolworths competing with the Spar or whatever Spar. Because each one is in its own area. And for some other reason, I did an analysis, you hardly find them side by side. If you find there's a ShopRite, Pick n Pay is not there. If you find there's Pick n Pay there, Woolworths is not there. I'm talking about the shopping centers, especially the big shopping centers. So somehow there's what I could call some subtle collusion of some sort, where you say, oh, my friend, don't be here. Go somewhere. If I'm in Rosebank, go to Sandton. If you're in Sandton, I also go to the nearest one. Where is it? Melrose Arc. If I'm Melrose Arc, my friend, move a little bit to Bramley. Like that, like that, like that. But these behaviors, these are something that is not written, that you don't see happening. So themselves, they're not competing. Let me tell you why they are not competing. One, they don't purchase products which are not from Procter & Gamble. They don't purchase products which are not from Tiger Brands. They don't purchase products which are from some other people. So if they are selling Danone, it's Danone. If they are selling Sunlight Liquid, it's Sunlight Liquid. So you can see what I'm talking about. You don't find any other product that these guys are selling. And on top of that, they put their own no-name brands, which they are pushing so much. I was actually doing an analysis right now. Pick n Pay, according to their contribution, if you look at the latest financial report from Pick n Pay, the contribution from their no-name brand is reaching almost about 20%, and they want to push it to 30% before the end of the year. So that means we all have got companies which are products supplied from Procter & Gamble, Unilever, Tiger Brands, competing with Pick n Pay, competing with ShopRite. So where do you come in? If you're a manufacturer, if I'm telling you, how do you go in there? So we have got a problem there. So we don't have substitute goods. They cannot be, you cannot have substitute good where if you are getting probably a social grant you can buy. Because they make it a point that the other goods don't come in. There is no innovation. There is no product development. There is no any other whatever you can talk about. Bargaining power of suppliers. Suppliers don't have bargaining power, like I'm telling you right now. Last week I was reading a report from Rainbow Chicken. They told me, these guys told us, if you are selling to us this chicken at this margin, don't worry about us. We are going to buy the chicken from Brazil. So they determine the price. They don't determine whatever you are doing, whether you, in terms of your production cost and everything else that you have. They don't care about that. That's your own business. If at all, they could actually allow you to come in. So there's no bargaining power of suppliers. The bargaining power of suppliers are actually being diminished given the Chinese effect that we have. These guys don't care. Look at the whole industries. They've closed. Look at Q. Look at Weinberg. Look at all the industry. Jamestown. If you have ever visited the Jamestown, you could tell me industries are closing. And then if you ask yourself, who is supplying these guys? They've got substitute suppliers. Who are the substitute suppliers? From another country. And most of the people who used to be actually manufacturing the products, instead of manufacturing them, they have actually resorted to importing. So if we're going to have import inflation and all this kind of thing, they don't care. Because if it is me, my production is low, I've got probably 2,000 workers that I'm using. It's better for me to import the goods from another country. That means I don't need everybody, all of you. From Durban, from the port, I just take everything to the warehouses of these big shops. I'm done. It's a done deal. Can you see how simple it is? So suppliers don't have bargaining. The buyers are the ones who have got the biggest bargaining power because they are only 5. They tell you what to do. They actually don't even allow you to go into their shops. I talked to these shops, I said, okay, fine, we've got a new brand. I think this is a good brand. I think people associate with it. They said, no, that is not how we do it. I said to them, okay, fine, here we are. Can you give me the opportunity to try 5 shops in Soweto of Pick n Pay or ShopRite and see how the brand goes? They say, no, 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 the buying is done from the central buyer department. You can't just list your 3 products in 3 shops from there. Oh, your product is not known. So we cannot stock it. So how would it be known when it is not known? This is the question that I would like to ask the Competition Commission and all the big retailer shops. In fact, when I did this presentation at first, I did not want my name to be revealed, and either the company that I'm coming from. Because these guys, from a network point of view, they all know each other. They know who to blacklist and who not to blacklist. So I only added the details now. When I said, okay, fine. Let's see how it happens. Let's see whether they invite us to their places. I asked them, can we try this product in 3 shops around me and see how the product moves? They said, no, 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 we don't operate like that. I went to Rustenburg. I went to Cash and Carry. The people in Rustenburg said, no, no, you have to go back to Johannesburg. Here is the email address. Talk to the guys. I was really surprised. I sent the email, this guy from Rustenburg, I ended up sending him an email. He sent me an email, talk to this guy. I sent him 27 emails. Up to now, he has not even replied to me. Can you imagine? Because the whole issue of buying has been centralized with a few hands. If this guy doesn't like my face, that's the end. We are human beings. We have got emotions. We have got what we want. If you speak the way that I don't like you, I don't take your product. So we are determined by one individual, and but sometimes by one, I don't know. You know what I'm talking about. So there's no entrance. There's no more going to be entrance of new guys. You cannot go in there. In fact, there's actually invasion of the fewer guys that we have now. So this is the situation that we find out. So if you do that analysis deeply, you see what I'm talking about. So I want to show you how these guys are. If you look at Massmart owns Game, Dion, Macro, Faceport, Reno Cash and Carry, Jumbo, Builders Warehouse, Trendant. You can look at them. So when you are going to buy from one end to the other, you may be actually not complicated. You think, oh, I like to shop at Game. Oh, you don't know you are shopping at Macro. Oh, no, me, I like Jumbo. You don't know you are shopping. You are putting the money in the same pocket using different outlets. And I even asked myself, why did the government give Macro such kind of power that they end up controlling almost everything in South Africa? I still have to understand why. You can see where they are. So if you go to build a warehouse, can I tell you one thing? You are putting the money in Massmart. And Massmart is owned by a USA company. So all the money goes to the USA. So what do we own? We own nothing. So they buy from Procter & Gamble, Unilever. So these are guys who have come from UK, USA, Netherlands, UK. So it's a UK company which is selling UK goods to South Africans. So what are we doing ourselves? We are just buying. That is our business. We are not productive at the end of the day. We are just buying from them, from a USA outlet, and buying USA goods. Can you see how oppressed we are still? I talk to them, they say, no, no, it doesn't make business sense. I said, do you know what means by business? It doesn't make business sense. So this is how, I just wanted to show you how these guys is just one company. So you can see they've occupied the whole retail sector. Everything. If you are buying whatever napkins for the kids, you are buying from Massmart. If you are buying whatever windows for your car, whatever, you are buying from Massmart. So this is how it looks. I don't want to go into details like where they are operating from. You can see what I'm talking about graphically. If you look at ShopRite, ShopRite is the same. If you look at how many shops they have, what they okay, how they have ShopRite, Checkers Hyper, You Save, OK Furniture, OK Power, Express, Hungry Lion. I couldn't believe it. That Hungry Lion is owned by ShopRite. The first time I saw Hungry Lion was in Gaborone. It was not here. It used to be in Gaborone so much in Botswana. Then when I looked at this, I couldn't believe it. That Hungry Lion is owned by ShopRite. So can you see, after you've bought your grocery, you want to sit a little bit down there and you have probably a meal, you are still putting the man in the same pocket. But the complicated people don't know that. They think they are buying from a different somebody. Okay, mini market, okay, value, mega save, Sandra, enjoy, friendly stores, friendly liquor, and can you imagine? They have taken the industry that they, from the location used to have, where they distribute beer to the whatever spaza shops and all these shabins. Now, these guys have gone there. They are big time into beer. So why don't we have a situation whereby these guys are told, my friend, if you are into grocery, you are a grocery shop. Let's understand you like that. You are not a pharmaceutical company. So these companies are everything. They are pharmaceutical companies, they are liquor shops, whatever you call it. So can you look at that? Then if you look at Pick and Pay, same story. Boxer, if you go to Boxer, you think, oh, I love Boxer. You are buying from Pick and Pay. So this shows you exactly what I'm talking about. You can look at them. Same story. If you look at Woolworths, same story. If you look at Spar, pharmacy, Spar liquor, quick save, whatever. So you can see how they control the whole industry. To the public, they masquerade as if they are different and competing. And I'm not sure whether, according to the HH index used by Competition Commission and analytical tools, whether this industry is an indication of high or concentration ratio. Notwithstanding that, my main interests are on the analysis of how the incumbents are stippling price competition, consumer product choice, research and development, innovation, suppliers development, industrial development, and the development of small retailers in transformation in the industry sector. The big five retailers and the big five manufacturers. So you see there's a marriage of convenience there, even if the manufacturers are actually being squeezed right now. Because these guys are actually also into production. Because if you see the no-name brands, if you look at the right brand from ShopRite, these guys are into manufacturing. And I don't know why the Competition Commission or the authorities didn't say, hey, you guys, don't go into manufacturing. This is not your business. So you can see now, they said, okay, fine, they don't want another product to compete with no-name brand. They don't want the product to compete with the right brand. Then they just have to take probability known because it is a well-known brand, and they can actually have got bigger margins from there. But all the innovation that we have, if you can go and do innovation, you can go and think twice, try to be entrepreneurship, you're trying to bring in new product, you can't, there's no shelf space. The other guy said, no, there's no shelf space. I said, come here. I said, can you see this shelf space which is here? He said, my friend, we're not talking about shelf space, we're not talking about this. I said, so what are you talking about? They said, there's no shelf space. Are you telling me that if you go to Pick and Pay, there's no shelf space? Is that possible? So you see, there's a marriage of convenience there. Manufacturing base is shrinking because of the China effect and the retailer behavior. That is why we've got the problem that we have now. Industrial sector is going down. Like I told you, this guy who has been making whatever, sunflowers or whatever he's been making, it's good for him to go to China. I'm still going to use the same name. There's no problem with that. There's a lot of original equipment manufacturers there. You just tell them, put my label there. No problem. Everything, including your barcode. In all the procurement and distribution of consumer goods in South Africa, including exports, the five incumbents, Massmart, ShopRite, Pick and Pay, Spar, Woolworths account for roughly 99%, creating a high concentration on the buyer side. On the other hand, on the manufacturer side, it seems to be also equally dominated by a few companies, e.g. Unilever, Procter & Gamble, Tiger Brands, etc., who are supplying both the branded products and the private labels. The manufacturers seem to be finding it difficult to shift sales to other channels or finding alternative channels because they may seem not to be economically viable or do not have the capacity to purchase in large quantities. The big retailers incumbents are becoming more important to the manufacturers. That's increasing the power of the retailers. The big retailers are gatekeepers of the manufacturers. Small retailers are weak, and so are small suppliers. That is where we are. This issue of the private labels is a very big issue, which even the European Union tried to look at it, almost every country. And this phenomenon has just catched into South Africa, like the analysis that I've been giving you. And in South Africa, we've got Pick and Pay that have been doing very well from way back. ShopRite joined the bandwagon. Almost everybody joined the bandwagon, including Spar. So that means they've got everything from Miu to whatever you talk about. It's got their names. So that means the companies that we have, or the different brands, you cannot find the shelf space. Retailers are becoming more important across all the functions, such as distribution, advertising, certification of quality, and most importantly, for the purpose of this analysis, innovation. Small business suppliers, supplier development and employment in South Africa. The structure of the vertical chain is changing. The question for competition policy in South Africa is whether vertical competition is functioning well and producing increased innovation, small business development, employment opportunities, or whether the exercise of retail market buyer power leads to inefficiencies. We have got a lot of inefficiencies because of these guys. Because even if you are innovative, even if you come with your product, where are you going to sell it? If I may ask you, you can see how I showed you they've dotted almost every side of the retail market. So where are you going to sell it? Okay, fine, here I am, I want to make window frames. Where do I sell my window frames? I have to go to Builders Warehouse. Who owns Builders Warehouse? It's owned by Massmart. Who are the buyers at Massmart? They're at head office. Oh, they hear you are Zulu. No, I can't deal with these Zulus. They are difficult to deal with. So you're out. So you're out the whole of the industry forever. There's no way to appeal. There's no tribunal. There is no ombudsman. There is no code of practice. There is no code of conduct. It's just like that. So if you look at that, private labels give retailers more control. Some consider the competition law is ill-equipped to deal with these new development concerns. It's a new development. So we also expect the authorities to actually develop, say, where are they coming from? And where are they leading us to? New methodology should be adopted, For example, in the assessment of market power, there's a distinction between market share and the market power. For many shoppers, it is easier and cheaper to switch products than to switch supermarkets, strengthening the power of the retailers. You hardly go and buy from Pick and Pay, then you go to ShopRite, then you go to Checkers, then you go to Spare, then you go to Woolworths. You usually just buy from one guy who is usually convenient to you and nearer to you. And for your own information, these guys don't compete on price. I've gone to the shops and tried to check the product margins between themselves. It's the same, because this is supplied by the known, this is supplied by the known. This is supplied by Unilever, this is supplied by Unilever. So there is no competition because there is no other products which are competing with them. We assume that price equals quality and that we are rational enough to balance the two. However, if the shopper is less able to differentiate between good and bad quality products, there is less incentive for manufacturer to produce good quality products. What is his good reason to have another Denoni code number 2 What is his incentive of doing that? And why would we have Unilever develop another new kind of ice cream when there's no competition, when there are no other products? You have to wait for them until they bring another product. So if they don't bring you another product, you can just still have the same product that you have been eating or you have been doing. Because new entrants cannot come in. Their ideas are not taken into consideration. So you see how we stifle innovation. You see how we stifle entrepreneurship. You see how we stifle industrial development. Because of the behavior of probably 5 guys. I don't want to talk about their boards. I don't want to talk about the executive management, how they look. But it's the same. A snap glance of the retail shelves and advertising in the mainstream media channels in South Africa can testify that the share of in-store brand labels is growing at a tremendous rate because of the high margins that the private labels command. The big retailers are reluctant to purchase branded products, more especially from unknown brands, from small and upcoming small businesses, irrespective of the quality of the product. This is stifling the development of small BEE business in South Africa and consequently exacerbating the unemployment problems in South Africa. Competition is stifled, innovation is stifled, the development of the supplier base is stifled, employment initiatives are stifled. The circumstances could lead to possible grounds for competition authority interference. However, it could also be only an additional effect in the buyer power trade-off. More generally, this analysis supports the creation of a level playing field for vertical competition as recommended by the University of Oxford on that study that they do in 2015. Almost all the big retailers have centralized all their procurement and warehouse departments in the big cities of Johannesburg, which is out of reach of the peripheral product suppliers. Procurement decisions are in the hands of few individuals. Their conducts and reach is opaque. Very difficult. You don't find them. How they do their procurement. It's not there. Go and try it if you think I'm joking. You are supposed to fill in another form which is asking you to put in a merchandiser number. I found these people at Pick and Pay in Cape Town. They said for you to be able to enter into that system, you should have a merchandiser number. I asked him, so where do I get the merchandiser number at first? This guy, I actually spent about 1 hour on the phone. He said, no, me, I don't deal with that. Who transferred me to you? Get back to the reception and ask them to give you the exactly people. If I think I'm lying, go and try it. Go to Pick and Pay. Go to there where they say whatever suppliers. You should have 2 numbers, customer number and merchandiser number. And the system actually said, this is very important. If you don't have those, you can't proceed. If you phone them, they will tell you you move from A to B to Z to Y to X to B to whatever. That's the end of it. You give up on your own. So why don't we have these people like a government department? Because these guys are like a government. To me, their structures is like a government. Their dominance is like a government. We've got the Office of Home Affairs almost every corner of the road. So why don't we have purchasing for ShopRite to be almost every region? If you want us to be fair, if you want us to be equal, if you want us to equalize the whole thing, you don't find them. So you're expecting a person to come from Eastern Cape, from whatever, to come to Johannesburg with a small product to show them. Can you imagine? And how would you have found where they are? If at all they can give you parking. Now, if I tell you about the network theory, this is very important to understand how these guys are. All the purchasing managers of all these big shops, they know each other. If you want to be complicated, go to LinkedIn. Just find one of them. Go to LinkedIn, you see who their network is. So they are linked to Alid, they are linked to Cauliflower, they are linked to, so it's purchasing managers, like they are linked. They even know who is purchasing what. Oh, there's a new product, so purchase it. You see, so if you're out for the whole world. When they go out during the evening, they discuss their stories and say, yeah, there's this guy who came to me boring. Don't even entertain him when you send him an email. I give you a good example where I sent an email to somebody who was so listening to me. I think he ended up trying to say, he even told me, yo, yeah, we want you to come and we see your product, how it is packed and everything else. I'm making an arrangement. So somehow I think when he was trying to discuss with his team, they said, no, this guy we've talked with him already. Leave him. So that was the end of it. Even if there was an indication, even if there was a promise, it just died like that. Because they know each other. They sit on the same desk. They talk to each other. They WhatsApp each other. So this makes it difficult and costly for the small suppliers to reach them. This is all done to promote private labels, reduce cost, and increase margins. If you look at the element of the supplier development programs, which I think in South Africa has also been so much publicized when Walmart bought Macro and all these kind of people. And surprisingly, almost all of them, they got on the bandwagon and start to do what is called supplier development programs. I looked at the issue of the supplier development programs. I tried to contact these guys. I thought probably they could give me a leeway because I did not need the money. I needed to supply the shops. Then I ended up talking to them. They said, no. I don't deal with the supply. They are supposed to be dealing with small businesses, which to me, they are supposed to give you an ear to understand what you are dealing with and what you are talking about. I said, no, I don't need the finance. I need to be able to place the goods there. They said, no, we don't deal with that. We have already one supplier that we have got about BE. They even send me, even including the website. This is our supplier for BE for that category. One. And for a low value, good. So are you telling me that you only deal with one small business in one product category? So you can see these supplier development programs, to me, they actually been used to block the people that they are supposed to be actually sustaining. And if you do an audit of how many of them have been assisted, you'll be horrified. So are you telling me that Pick and Pay only deals with one company, which is a BE owned? That is what they tell you. They even send you the website. We are dealing with this company in that category. So are you telling me that in one category they only deal with one company? Plus Unilever, plus Procter & Gamble, plus whoever you talk about, Tiger Brands. So if you look at that from my own analysis, supplier development, they put it almost everywhere. You see pictures, you see whatever. Go there. The story is not what is publicized. To me, this is just used to increase the retailer companies' BE scorecards. And because the government doesn't buy street grocery, so that is why they escaped the radar. You see, that's why they're just, And almost every year, I've never seen them not having profit. They are all profitable. The workers are lowly paid. They buy the goods at a very cheap price, and all these kind of things. So you can see how they make money. All what they do is just centralize things, improve their technology, including their barcodes. That's about it. To me, that is their reason. They talk about it so much. This supply development program, I'm telling you, they talk so much about it than another thing. But to me, it's an event. On the ground, there is nothing which is happening. In essence, the stifle innovation makes the supplier development dependency syndrome. Let me tell you one thing. We cannot have, I'm a supplier. I'm now going to supply Macro because they've assisted me. Am I going to develop another product? Nothing. I'm just going to make what they've told me to develop, usually their brand. That's the end of it. There's no development. There's no innovation. I have no incentive to innovate. And remember, they told me what to do. So to me, in essence, they actually cripple the capability of these people because they're not given the opportunity to join other value chains in terms of supply. You are my baby. I own you. Which to me is actually uncompetitive. They are unsustainable because suppliers depend on one buyer, leading to the failure to develop channel development capabilities and skills. The program stifles product innovation and diversification. The programs promote in-store labels that are undermining the value chain and the industry sector in general. Take, for example, Retailer X Supplier Development Fund. It is assumed to target all established local manufacturers, producers, and significant assemblers of product that can be sold in Retail X divisions. Preference, but not exclusively, is given to a black-owned and women-owned businesses. The purpose of the Supplier Development Fund is to assist suppliers to enhance the quality of their products or improve their production capacity, but in reality, that is not what is happening. In each category, in product category, usually, the low-value products, they don't give you to go and manufacture product where you can command a good value for money. They ask you to go and make jam, make peanut butter. I went to one shop and asked them, you guys, you have got these peanuts that you are selling here. I want to come with my label for peanuts. What is the difference between peanuts? If it is a peanut, it's a peanut. So why would you discriminate me? Because I'm buying them from the same farm, or this is the same farm who supplies it. But if it has got Procter & Gamble label, if it is called now Tiger Brands, it becomes different. You are out. Can you see? And what are you supposed to, supply development, what are you supposed to be making? Peanuts. You think we can become millionaires making those kind of things? The margin is 1 rand per 500 grams. Does it make sense? If at all you can break through. Preference, but not exclusives, given the black-owned. I've talked about that. Media houses are called to witness the event. High publicity is impacted on with the idea of hoodwinking the government authorities. But in reality, these programs are not functional. I have not seen them being functional. And the mass market, I think, is almost coming to an end because they were given 5 years to do the supply development. It's almost come to an end. I don't know whether the government have got a revival on it or whether they are trying to do an audit and find out whether these things have occurred according to what they, so they've gone scot-free. Now they do, we are developing one company. You see it almost every newspaper, almost every television, almost their websites. You see these people, we are helping women in Kailicha on the ground. It's just only that event. That's the end. So in conclusion, I would like to recommend the authorities and the Competition Commission to take some actions, which I think are very important. And some of the things that we may see to be happening are not exactly the things that are actually happening. I've not talked about the element of these guys encroaching into the locations where they are colluding again with the land developers and have an invasion of the township economy. I thought that has been discussed somewhere, or other people will also talk about it. So I'm not going to talk about it. But these are my conclusion and recommendation. In my view, the asymmetric power between suppliers and the retailers in South Africa has led to the abusive and unfair practice that may be difficult to counter through competition law. There's one thing that I want to tell you guys, which is very important. The laws on themselves are just something else. I want to give you 2 examples where we've got very good constitutions, very good laws, very good lawyers, where we actually have got countries where lawyers make more money than the people who actually do the production. It's the USA and South Africa. Good constitution, in glossy papers. You can find almost everything there, from marriage to whatever is there in the constitution. But look at the trouble that we have got in the USA and South Africa. UK, there is no constitution. Same applies if you go to Norway. The property does not have a constitution. I've never heard about the constitution of Norway. Crime almost zero. Abuse of women almost zero. Everything you talk about. So laws and having the Competition Commission is not enough. We need to change our behaviors. And we need to have industry leaders who say, here we are. We need us to be an inclusive people where we are all happy. That to me is very important. Look at Norway. Look at the Nordic countries. That is their concept. They enjoy life. They are all happy. They don't have gated houses like we have here. They believe in humanity. So we need industry leaders not to be forced by law, not to have to come to the competition commission. We want the people to actually be proactive and say, here we are. What are you guys doing in the industries? I think there's need to adopt a variety of regulatory measures to prevent and stop the market power of the big retailers from hindering competition and consumer welfare, and also broaden the industrial base of the South African economy with a visible impact on the unemployment rates. Unfortunately, in South Africa, we have to use the law. But why should we do that? Why should we all be accommodative? Why don't we have Pick and Pay or ShopRite do like what we have the MTN Zakele? Because it is the people who are buying. And usually the 80% which are black people. So why don't we have an MTN Zakele in Pick and Pay? Where we say we are giving back to the people who are buying from us. Then they become shareholders of Pick and Pay. Then I could go and buy and buy and buy and buy, knowing that somehow 1 rand of whatever I'm doing will make a profit and will come back to my pocket. This is the inclusiveness I'm talking about. There is need to investigate the impact of the private labels on the sustained competitiveness and the innovation in the industry. The Commission needs to be very careful about megas and of manufacturers, as indications are there that a concentration in supply leads to decrease in innovation. The South African Competition Commission should have a strict mega controls in order to prevent the South African grocery retail sector becoming over-concentrated. Each acquisition by one of the large retailers should be subject to the in-depth analysis. So we have got a macro that does not own game. Then we've got a game that does not own ShopRite. Then we've got a ShopRite that does not own whatever Checkers. Then we've got these people who said, are you a pharmaceutical company? I was asking myself, if you're a university student who is looking for studying pharmaceutical sciences, and you are looking forward to say, I will get a job in South Africa pharmacy industry, I was saying to myself, you are going to be working in ShopRite as one of the cashiers. Because they are taking the pharmaceutical industry. They are also a legal company. So why don't we have them saying, hey, sorry, I've seen this development over the last 5 years. If you go to China, if you go to other countries, they are told supermarkets don't sell beer. They have got their own way of doing things. And if you look at the people who supply us with the products and commodities, Unilever, Procter & Gamble, talk about the other guys. These guys are not listed on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. I asked them myself, so they are just taking money and going. Why don't they also have secondary listings on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange? So that at least the people can buy shares and also enjoy the wealth that they are enjoying. The South African competition should be strict on megas. I talked about that. The buying practices involving large companies should be carefully examined for abusive behavior. Such buying practices should now be considered as part of the effects of concentration, with significant long-term effects on competition and broadening the supplier base. So you see the way they buy things. That is where competition is arrested from the beginning. You don't see it. It looks a little bit hidden. They just operate as if they are normal operating every day. People don't usually care about the industry. They thought people are not making money there. Are you kidding me? there is need for a thorough investigation and analysis of how prices are developing from the producer to the shop. There is need for small business suppliers development programs need to be revamped and be made more transparent. Small business suppliers need to be given the opportunity to test the appeal of their brands and products in few outlets within their vicinity. You know what I'm talking about? If you are staying in Seshanguve or you are staying in Mamelodi, be given the opportunity to say, here I am. I've got my masonja from Limpopo. Let me package them in a nice package and see what people does. You actually be very surprised. I saw this in China. Wild fruits are packaged in the best packages that I've never seen. They are into supermarkets, and the people buy them. Here they don't say, what is this? You think people will buy? Are you saying we are different from how we've grown up? So we are pushed so that USA companies, Britain, Netherlands companies are promoted. A franchise model may need to be considered to ensure that local businesses are given the opportunity so that they are not displaced by the encroaching of these guys. There's the last point that I'm not seeing it from my slide here that I need to talk about. And I'm not seeing it here either. I don't know what happened to this computer kind of thing, but this is a recommendation that I wanted to say. We need to have a code of practice and conduct, and have a tribunal for the retail sector, where we have got consistently and persistently monitoring the industry, rather than the ad hoc and the knee-jerk reaction that we have, like we are doing right now. We're just looking at them. Things have happened already. They've moved very far. So those are some of the things that we have, so that we don't have knee-jerk reactions. These people are constantly being looked at. You can even see when we now have got our Consumer Act, you can see how abusive things have been going on. Thank God the government did not allow them for people to open accounts to be able to buy food on hire purchase. So in conclusion, I would like to say the government and government authorities need to stop explaining, stop describing, stop appraising it, stop politing about this, and start to take action, real action. We need to address our particular historical transition, our economic structure, and the look of our people in terms of their complexity, social upbringing, educational standards, and find out, are we able to make a real good judgment? The government needs to do that job. You need to help us. We are not able to help ourselves. That's why we need you. That Germany or Spain has got 5 retailers. To me, it does not make sense. We are not Germany. Our economy is different from them. We play rugby with them, with whatever teams we play cricket with them, we play tennis with them. Then after the games have finished, we go back home. So let's have our own model of economy and competition that reflects our demographics, that reflects the situation of our economic situation. And above all, to be able to develop ourselves so that at least we are able to compete with other manufacturers from other countries, either from China, from Germany, from whatever. Why are we not competitive? Because the 5 guys I'm talking to you about are holding us at ransom. Because you can't try it. So you don't even know whether you're good. You don't even know whether you're bad. So ladies and gentlemen, I thank you so much for the opportunity that you have given me to listen to me. And I appreciate and I hope this is the beginning of the engagement. The idea here is we all need livelihoods. And we need to actually develop our industries, our retail sector, in a way that at the end of the day, we are all happy. Once again, Competition Commission, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I come from a company called Soweto Brands, and this is a very brand which is doing very well. Especially if you go even outside of Johannesburg, people associate with it. The only people who don't associate with it are the retail shops. So why don't they try us, and if it fails, say, sorry, I'm sorry, it fails. But it cannot fail if you give it sustainability, if you give it support, if you talk about it in the radios, if you also advertise it like you do no-name brands, like you also do right brand. So you want to sell to Soweto, but you don't need it. To me, it's contradictory. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gundo. We will, my colleague and I will be asking you just a few questions, or a number of questions from my side for clarification and trying to understand some of the points that you've made in your submission this morning. And thank you for the submission. Can you tell us more about Soweto Brands? What is this? When did this business start? What does it do?
Soweto Brands, we have been in existence since 2014. And apparently 2014. To say the real thing, I went and stayed in China for 5 years, trying to move almost every corner in China, trying to see how do these guys end up supplying us with doors almost the whole world. So I initially wanted to spend 1 year, but I ended up spending 5 years. I couldn't believe that our Ubro, like the Ubro that we have, that is where the DHL and the FedEx and everything parcels are sorted. That's why Chinese companies are cheap to you. As they are sorted in Nissan, they are sorted in Rosebank, in the 19th floor. The rent is too high. So you see the difference. There's a difference of where we have got a Ubro property where you pay 500 a month. Then we've got a property in Rosebank which is paid 50,000 a month. So from that, beginning with that, our prices are different. So I couldn't believe people sort out the parcels in downtown places. Nowadays, because of the website, they just put a nice website and everything else. So we started this company and said, we want to manufacture goods that people use on a daily basis in South Africa to begin with. Then we also grow like Tiger Brands, like Unilever. But let's start from somewhere. So that is basically how we started. So we started with things like dishwash, quality dishwash, quality pine gel, quality chicken soups. That we started. But where do we stop them? Now our friends are people from Ethiopia, Somalia, because we have to sell it into the spaza shops. So those are our distribution channel. We have to improvise a distribution channel. Because these guys don't want to listen to you. That is why I was telling you, at first, I even actually added this. I didn't want these people to know where I'm coming from and where which company and which is my name. But I said, okay, fine, that is it may. Let's see how it goes. Because at the end of the day, they just refuse, whether you tell them or you don't tell them. But we actually have got an opportunity to develop ourselves. So this is how we started. I wanted to actually see. So we had our own company that we closed. that I could go and study and see how they do it in the street, what they do, and everything else. So that is how the Soweto brand started. Then we looked for a brand to say, what is the brand that we can associate ourselves with our people, that our people will say, okay, fine, if I'm going to Germany, I'm going to the USA, I want somebody to see me with something that reflects home. And can I tell you one thing? We got an email from Cauliflower and Alid. Alid, I think, is one of the biggest shops in Spain. And Cauliflower. They said, you know, we've got a very big community of Africans coming from Africa. We see you have got a name of a brand that is well known in the world because of this. We think the community, that is the foreign community from Africa, would like ourselves to be associated with this brand. The same applies like almost everyone now. If you are in the foreign country, you watch Nigerian movies. They just become very popular because you just want to be at home, see people going into the small hut. So these people even asked us about Soweto brand. How is this brand? Who is sponsoring it? How is it going? Can you see? We have got people who are interested in our brand who are not South African. Yet this brand should appeal from people from home. So this is, I can tell you that the beginning of Soweto brands in a nutshell. So we registered everything, including the IP. We couldn't register the IP of Soweto because Soweto is a generic name, so you can't say I own the Soweto brand. I mean in terms of the word Soweto and whatever. But we own that artwork, that Soweto and the way it is done. You can do it your own way, that's fine, but that it is done. We will take you to the courts, which I don't think is necessary. So we own the artwork. We don't own the name at the end of the day. So I think it's a brand that does very well. People are asking us about it.
Okay. What products?
Except the retail shops.
So, Mr. Gundo, what products do you manufacture products or do you sell products?
We manufacture the products.
And which products do you manufacture?
With our own name.
Yes. Which products are those?
Like I told,
the products?
Yeah, like
All
I said to you,
All
the rationality of us was to begin with things that people use every day.
Mm-hmm.
My rationality was, if you go to South Africa, like Johannesburg right now, we've got a lot of people who are in the informal settlements. These people don't have enough money to buy whatever they do. What if we make a good brand, of quality brand, that people can afford? So we have got dishwash. You can even check it on Facebook. We have got pine gel. We have got powder soap. Now we have got a chicken soup. So far, as I'm saying to you, we have got 4 products that we have.
So it's a dishwash?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Powder soap.
Powder soap.
Pine gel.
Pine gel.
And chicken soup.
Chicken soup. Okay. So it will be Soweto Brands dishwasher. Well, what's the brand name of the?
It will have that Soweto wash, dishwash,
Oh,
Soweto wash,
okay,
Soweto
sure.
whatever. So the Soweto dominates.
Yes.
Wherever you go, there's the Soweto. Wherever is the Soweto.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And the chicken soup will be Soweto chicken soup.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. You've made the statement that the retail sector, obviously the supermarket chains in South Africa, need to participate in the economic emancipation of South Africa. I'll put it that way. Can you give a step-by-step a proposal of how you think this can be done, that emancipation? Just focus on the emancipation as you have conceptualized it.
They need to be inclusive. Mm-hmm. Because if they buy products from companies which are South African companies, that in itself is an emancipation. Because they enable the broader, because they control the manufacturing sector. So they broaden the manufacturing sector to begin with. So that is one way of doing it. The second way they should be able to do, so they should be able to procure goods from South Africa and able to also participate in the research and development of these institutions, whether they are universities, whether they are, whatever they are, they should contribute. Where we see a Pick and Pay research laboratory at the Wits University, to say we want to develop product A, develop product B, product C, product whatever you talk about. And nowadays, things have changed. They have changed because manufacturing is very simple, because of the machinery and 3D computing technology and everything that you can talk about. So things have changed. So manufacturing is very easy. But where do you go and sell your product if you don't have a buyer? Or you don't have an outlet, you are not participating in the supply chain or in the value chain of the product. There's nothing you can do. So the beginning is to say we promote South African products. First thing. The second thing that we want these people to be able to do is to say they need to broaden their supply chains and make them so that they are reachable to the people. That means the people are able to sell this product to them. I should be able to go and talk to probably 2 or 3 people who are in Pick and Pay in my locality. They should say, okay, fine, put your products there. Then I recommend it to the big guys, if it does well. What are the things that is needed? This is how we go about it. This is not about single, one-person supplier development. It should be a broader perspective. And the other thing that I need to talk to you about is we need suppliers who are given opportunities to then join the global value chains where they are able to supply other groceries which are outside of South Africa. But if you look at it that way, South Africa dominates all these big 5 I've talked to you about. They also dominate the sub-Saharan Africa. They are in Namibia, they are in Zimbabwe, they are in Zambia, they are in Kenya, they are in Uganda, they are in Mauritius, I couldn't believe when I saw a Pick and Pay in Mauritius. So you see, if you are arrested at home, you cannot go to Mauritius. So if we develop, let's look globally. Let's look and say, when we develop these guys, we want them to say, develop and supply other places. And these guys are in a very good opportunity to talk to other suppliers and say, oh, fine, this is a supply, procurement director from Pick and Pay, procurement director from Macro, is able to talk to people from Cauliflower, is able to talk to people from Alida, is able to talk from people from other supermarkets because there are people in the same. They even have conferences on their own. They say, hey, can you see this? We have got this product at home. It's doing very well. This is a South African product. Why don't you stock it in Spain? Why don't you stock it in your shop in Qatar? So they should actually, the vanguards of our industry.
Can I ask, to the extent that within the grocery retail sector, there are products that come from China, for example, and then and then there's this proposal that local retailers must pursue procuring their goods locally. How would they then compete with the products from China that may be sold in South Africa and on price? Because there is that issue, and I think this is what has happened to most industries, where most retailers had to abandon local suppliers for China products or Chinese products that are cheaper, and which consumers tend to go for. What is your view on that?
The view is, if you look at it, it's from a cost analysis point of view. And I told you, this is a guy who is making probably, say, fridges. I'm making fridges, having a factory.
Let's talk about groceries.
I just want to give you a good example, even grocery, whatever you talk about. I'm just looking at fridges as a good example. I employ 1,000 people. I have got a very big plan that I have got in the industrial area. I have got some toll gates to pay because now the Sunro has decided to put toll gates. Costs have gone up. So I've got a very big cost base that I'm sitting on. So for me to be able to make money, I would rather say, okay, fine, what if I get rid of 1,000 people? I get rid of the toll gates, I don't go to the industry anymore. I sit at home, sit on the computer, go to Alibaba, purchase goods from China, and sell them, even if they give me whatever in terms of taxes and duties or whatever I pay. So can you see where we're coming from? The whole thing is we need to develop, like I'm saying, from a point of view of research and development, innovation and entrepreneurship. We will then say, okay, here we are. We start by buying the machines, and we produce the things from home.
But how do we deal with the cheaper with the cheaper products that will come and compete with the local products, with locally produced products, and you are a retailer? Because you need to, what I'm trying to understand is a situation where you are a retailer, you really, let's say amongst them, one decides that, okay, this is what I will do. I will support locally produced products. But when you do so, you'll still have to compete with products that are coming from China or elsewhere that may be cheaper.
Yeah.
How do you?
But first of all, if you look at it from the way that I'm talking to you about, it's the question of the cost base. The question is, how do we make our projects cheaper? That is what you're asking me.
So create efficiencies.
We need to create efficiency. We need to say, okay, fine, here we are. What kind of people are we? I told you, in terms of location, where do we locate our industries to begin with? And you see, we have got a lot of laws that stick for us. Kosatu is toying, Nungsa is toying, the other guys are toying. And yet, when you look at it, it is actually the people at the base who are actually affected at the end of the day. The labor guys are home and dry at the end of the day. They've got money which is invested in a lot of these things. So we need to say, when we look at our industrial base, how do we make our industrial base cheaper? Like I'm telling you, we make a dishwasher which is as good as sunlight, but it's cheaper than sunlight by probably about 10 rand. Very big margin. How did we do it? It's a question of introspection. Say, where are we? Where can we reduce cost? How do we handle this? How do we this? And if we can spin as more products, we can spin in the industry because the retail sectors are taking us. We have got a very good reason for us to continue producing because our products are moving in the pipeline. So our products don't move in the pipeline. So that is why we end up with all those kind of things. This is about, no, for this whole trouble that I'm giving you, I don't want to have this whole trouble. It's better I deal with the containers and all this kind of thing, and then I forget about all this kind of thing which is happening. Then if you look at it from an industrial point of view and from an analytical point of view, we have to say to ourselves, here we are, we have got a very big advantage that we are South Africa. We have got the potential to supply the whole of Africa. But can I tell you one thing? We cannot do that because ShopriteShop and Pick and Pay, they control those countries. The goods cannot go where they are supposed to be going. So you can see, so we are sitting on a potential that we are not using because we don't have the channels. Because we have got things that have to be made very, very expensive at the end of the day. Then you ask yourself, if I can make a product which is 10 rand cheaper, how am I doing it? Those are the things that we need to ask ourselves. How are we doing it? If we need to change our culture for the benefit of our future generation, let it be. There's no problem with that.
Okay. Can I ask, you also made the point that kind of putting a blame on the competition authorities almost, when you created that picture of how the retail sector has taken over other industries and everything that has happened. Obviously, when the retail companies acquired any businesses, let's say, those would have been measures that would have been notified to the competition authorities and approved by them. Are you aware, or do you realize that even the competition authorities are limited on what they can do if there is no participation by parties like yourselves coming forward and making submissions that oppose these measures? In fact, where the commission, when the competition authorities are not even aware of your existence, what are they supposed to say? They cannot anticipate a negative impact on an entity that they don't even know exists. So if there is no active participation by the small businesses themselves, by the township businesses themselves that are negatively impacted by these retail businesses, how do you expect then the competition authorities to do anything about the situation? I know this inquiry is seeking to do that, but historically that was the situation. It is difficult. I just want your comment on this. That do you appreciate that there may be a difficulty for the competition authorities to poke a hole in a submission made by any party, by any stakeholder, whether a retailer or not, if there is no opposition to the matter before it by parties affected by that matter? Do you understand that?
Yes, I do. The first thing that we have to look is, we look at our complication in terms of the makeup of our society. Are we that complicated that we know where there's, how many people here own spaza shops who are in this shop? Probably there's probably none. They don't even probably know that we are having this talk. So you see, we have to assist our people. That is the role of the government. To say, if you look at the complication of our society, are we complicated to that level that we know what the Competition Commission is? We don't know. Second thing is, we fear victimization. Like I told you, I almost did not come here because I did not want to be seen. It's better I just fight them in the trenches there. But they, I'm dealing with one guy, they know me, whatever I'm doing there, if I succeed, I succeed. So we fear victimization. They say, oh, this guy is complaining. Like I can tell you, I've got emails and emails and emails. I even said, this guy, I'm going to report this competition to the South African Competition Commission. I actually even forwarded the email to the Competition Commission. This guy said, you can go there. I actually have got an email, evidence. He said, I'm sorry, you can go wherever you want.
You also mentioned that purchasing managers, just on the blacklisting issue that you're mentioning now, earlier on you spoke about that, as well as the relationships between purchasing managers of the retail companies and them having close contacts through link and WhatsApping each other, and therefore implying, you even said this, that some kind of collusion going on there. Can you speak more on that? Just explain that aspect only. How do you understand them to be colluding? What's that forum that you understand them?
No, what I'm saying is a question of birds of the same feathers fly together. Mm. So when you're a lawyer, we also have got the bar cans and all that. Lawyers tend to be...
Sorry, Mr. Kundo, are you assuming that they may be flying together in this case?
No. What I'm saying,
for a fact that
this is very obvious. Yes. When it is me and you, we probably have done the same thing or in the same industry. We tend to talk together at the end of the day. So what you do, or whatever, like I'm telling you, I received too many emails from different people. I can tell you.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe that they look like they've been written by one person. The behavior is the same. I have never seen a change. The same email that you got from Pick and Pay is probably the same email that you got from Boxer. It's probably I'm sorry, I'm not an analytical of how things are written, but this is what I'm telling to you. I'm not saying they collude, but what I'm saying, naturally, they talk to each other. They have got meetings. They have got associations. They discuss. In some countries with rogue states, like they put their own, what it calls, they put their own, what do you call this? They put their own, almost every association.
Can we speak about those emails? The emails, for example, that you say are sort of couched in the same manner. Are these emails that were in response to your efforts when you tried to know?
Yes, that is what I'm saying.
Would you make those emails available to this inquiry so that we can also have a look at them, please?
I wouldn't like to do that because these are people that we are looking forward to be partners with, and I don't want to, like I told you, to actually like I'm crucifying them. I want them to. I'm giving evidence in a court of law, but I'm just trying to say.
Yes.
If you look at the behavior.
Yeah.
The behavior is the same. Then you ask yourself, this is me, probably even if I've got a nose which is like this or like this, probably along the way there's a certain girl who loves me. But when you find almost everyone doesn't love you, you ask yourself, the answer is the same. Then you start to ask yourself, are these people cut from the same cloth or there's some kind of, I'm telling you, I'm not trying to be, I'm talking from practicality where you experience these people and you go to cash and carry in Rustenburg or in whatever. They say, no, my friend, we don't procure from here. You have to go to Pick and Pay. You have to go to the head office. But I ask you, so where do I get the email of this guy from the head office?
Mr. Gundo, I just want to go back to what you've just said now.
Yeah.
You also need to appreciate that it will be difficult for the inquiry as well as for the Competition Commission at any point in time to deal with any wrongdoing, not necessarily in the form of a serious violation of the Act, but what you've implied here, for example, where you feel that there can be discussions where parties are kept out and are blacklisted when they try to have their products sold by the various retailers, without evidence being presented to the Commission or to this inquiry. Do you realize that our hands will be tied?
No,
because we won't have the basis to act.
Yeah,
we won't have even the basis to make suggestions that this is the way to do things.
No, but what I'm saying to you is, what I'm trying to say to you is, my presentation is not meant to persecute or to do something. My presentation is to say, in generality, from the overview, from what you see, this is what they do. Which a person who is not complicated, who cannot do a deep analysis and the introspection of the situation, cannot see it. So you can see, like I told you about the things about the private labels, how the retail people end up being like manufactured. In fact, they are actually manufacturing companies. So that's what I'm saying. I'm just giving you a general overview without trying to say A is wrong, B is correct,
so whatever. So you're giving us things that you want us to interrogate.
The thing that I think you could interrogate and find out, how does this thing happen?
How does it work?
How does it work?
Okay.
In a real sense, this is how it works.
You also mentioned that suppliers in the retail sector lack bargaining power. How do you know this? Do you know it from your perspective, or you just know generally from speaking to other suppliers that? I know
that one from perspective, and recently I can even give you a newspaper article when the chief executive officer of Rainbow Chicken has been actually been interviewed. He said it's difficult for us to maneuver because it's a one buyer, it's a one sales, it's two people, it's three people, it's 4 pies. You know, they tell you what you want at the end of the day. And this research has been done in other countries where they did same research like the one that we are struggling with now. Same stories have been found, because this is a guy that if you are not able to if you want to sell your chicken, where else can you sell it from besides going to Pick and Pay, Spar, and whatever? So if they tell you, oh, my friend, for 1 kg, we can't take it at 3 rand. Why don't you make it 250? You say, okay, fine. Probably I've got children at home. I've got some workers to struggle with. If my profit is going to be down, probably I make a margin of 20 cents. If they can buy more, probably I'm better off. Let's see how they do it. So that's what I'm talking about. So you don't have bargaining power.
Okay. Thank you, Mr.
And you can't bargain because your hands are tied. And you can't bargain because if you cross the line, you're out.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gundo.
Mr. Gundo, the products that you're currently producing, you've listed the products. How much are you producing at the moment per year?
No, like I said to you, we started producing these products in February. And we cannot produce more because we have got a problem of the distribution channel. We can't join the value chain. So what we are depending on is on the spaza shops. And I want to tell you one thing. Spaza shops will tell you that we can't buy something that South Africans don't buy something that they've never seen on television. I'm telling you, this is practical example. I've got my mom who is in Soweto. She went to the church, and then she said, "Oh, give me 20. I've got some spaza shops around me. I want to go and promote them to the spaza shops." Spaza shops are owned by Bangladesh. They are owned by Somalis. Then she found out, no, these people couldn't take them. I said, why? They said, no. They said, no, they cannot sell it because they've never seen it on television. South Africans don't buy things that they've never seen on television. Then I went to Soweto, Brown Fisher, with my car, it has got big stickers written Soweto dishwash. Parked it to my mom's place. Now this Bangladesh guy was passing through the road. He saw this car parked with this Soweto thing. Can you imagine what he did? He knocked at mom's place and said, "Hey, Mom, I've seen that this thing you're selling here, there's even a car which has got that brand. Do you still have some? How many did you order?" 50 of each.
Okay, so how much do you produce at the moment?
Right now we are producing a very minimum, depending on the demand that we have. Because like you say, these spaza shops are rudimentary. They don't have a purchasing person. You just have to go talk to him. He buys 3, he buys 4. So in terms of distribution, it's a very expensive distribution channel.
So you've mentioned that you approached spaza shops in Soweto. Where else? In which other areas have you approached spaza shops?
Given where I stay, Alexander is very near to me. So our Alexander has been a very good distribution center for us in terms of moving around. You have to move them with talk to this guy, can take 3, can take 4, whatever happens. Tembisa is good because Tembisa is big. And it is good. It's a very vast area from end to end. So basically I can say we are mostly in Tembisa and in Alexander.
Okay, and how much are you currently supplying to spaza shops there?
Like I said to you, there is no, you see, these spaza shops are controlled by one individual who sometimes if you go there, is not there. So you can't plan.
I hear that. With all of that, how much are you currently supplying to them?
How much we are currently supplying? Probably we are talking about probably about 300, about 300 to 500 a week.
Units a week.
Units a week.
And which products sell the most of the 5 products that you produce?
Dishwash does very well. Pine gel, depending with the place that you go. But like I told you, there's one retailer guy I talked to. He said, "My friend, go and test your product in the spaza shops. If it succeeds, you will see, we'll come and order from you." So the problem with the spaza shop industry is rudimentary. You can't plan with precision. You can't be guaranteed of orders every day. And usually people buy the middle of the month when they are broke. End of the month, they go to Pick and Pay, they go to ShopRite, they go to Spar. So it's a very low, and they also want to say, "No, my friend, you can't sell this price. Go down." So at the end of the day, you also have to go down in terms of the price that you would have done. But you say, "Okay, fine, it's an effort that you are putting probably along the way. Things should shape up."
Okay. I don't know if you followed the public hearings this week, but on Monday and Tuesday, we had 2 buyer groups that made representations in these hearings. The one was ESD and the other one was UMS. have you ever approached them or other buyer groups to sell your products? Remember, these buyer groups are not affiliated to the big four that you've been to, or the big five retailers that you've been talking about now. They are completely independent and they supply independent wholesalers and retailers. Have you approached them yet in terms of getting your product to the market?
We did that, but we were told the same story. My friend, if you purchase your product, people don't know about it. And those ones are even more particular. They are very, very particular. They are more selective than even our big retailers, because they want to buy a product. And usually they are given a list because they've got their own members already in their list. So they are very particular. If your product, they want to sell a product that move, that is known. So if you are not known, if your product is not, they say, no, I'm sorry, my friend. The other question that they ask is, do you have it in Pick and Pay? They ask you, do you have it in Spare? No, it's not in Spare. My friend, I can't buy from you.
Okay.
Yeah, Spar.
Which buyer groups exactly did you approach?
There's one which is usually for these Somali guys. Yeah, but as I told you, the story is the same.
Okay. And others? Apart from the Somali guys, which other buyer groups did you approach?
Like I'm saying, we approached probably about 5 buyer groups, but the story was the same. My friend, we are more particular because when we buy for these groups, we are buying for our members. And our members don't want to take something that is not known. And that they don't know. And remember, most of these buyer groups distribute to the smaller spaza shops. There are some spaza shops which are not real spaza shops, but they are almost like a shop like here. Like if you go to Hubro, you go to Uvel, they are probably bigger shops. Others are even like you. They actually sell to other spaza shops.
Okay. If you could maybe just go to the last slide of your presentation. The last bullet, the franchise model that you are mentioning here, what exactly do you mean with that?
What I mean is, you see, sometimes you take some actions where, like I told you, if you have a franchise system, that means if we have got Pick and Pays and ShopRite that operate in Soweto, they are owned by Soweto people. It's simply as that. I buy the name, the brand, I put that Soweto is not owned by the ShopRite group. It's owned by the people who stay there. It's owned by the people who are there. Like how we have got what do you call it? We have got our franchise, especially in the fast food industry, whereby those guys like what do you call McDonald's, they don't own most of those shops. They are owned by the people. So it's a distribution. Because like I told you, people buy from Pick and Pay or from ShopRite because they know it. But what I'm saying is, if they cannot transform themselves, can they not change? We have to find a way of changing them.
Thank you, Mr. Kundo.
All right.
Sure. If we have follow-up questions for you, we'll make contact with you outside of this, outside of the public hearing.
Okay.
And we do thank you for your presentation today.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure. Okay, let's take we know we are running out of time, so we're debating amongst ourselves whether it should be a very brief break, or should we take maybe a tea break. I think let's take a tea break, a 10-minute tea break, and then we come back here. According to me, it's 12:07, so let's come back at maybe quarter past 12. Thank you. Ready? Sure. Okay. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We will be getting our next submission from Soweto Business Access. And we have Mr. Mputi, who will be doing the submission on their behalf. Thank you. You may proceed, sir.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mputi. I am with Soweto Business Access. I'm the chairman of SBA. You'll bear with me. I'm not familiar with this terrain, and as a result, you'll bear with me if I do not speak the way you expect me to speak, but yeah. I am almost 30 years in retail. I'm a third generation retailer in Soweto. My grandfather started way back in the 60s in business. My father started as a distributor, but eventually became a retailer. So when I say I am almost 30 years in retail, it means I have seen it all. I've seen the emergence of the traders, the disappearance of the metro cash and carries. I've seen a lot come and go, but never in my wildest dreams did I think that we would be in the situation that we are in today. I'm glad that you've come to Joburg, but I would have been even more grateful if you had come to a township so that you can get a better feel of the depth of the problem. And mine is not going to be a very academic presentation, as was the case with the previous speaker, largely because we are tired as retailers. We are tired, we are tired, and that's why you are going to find there's going to be few people that are going to be in some of these sessions, because we've presented to government to say, help us, and sadly, nothing has happened. And that's why you find that people are sometimes reluctant to be singing the same chorus over and over of we are dying. As I said, just bear with me. How do I navigate through this? Where is my... This one. Yes. No, it's up here. All right. These are some of the giants that have come from Soweto retail. You've got on my left is the late Mr. Tsile, one of the first generation retailers in Soweto. He died an unhappy man because he lost a lot of the properties that he had, a lot of the businesses that he had. On my right is a gentleman whose big shop right now is occupied by foreign nationals. And when I speak of foreign nationals, I get a lot of information from his observations. When I say foreign nationals are funded by the United Nations, it is based on that, on first-hand observations. When I say foreign nationals are funded by other sources, I'm talking fact, meaning it then begs the question, you know, to what extent will whatever we are going to share with you, going to make a difference, you know, to a whole lot of people that have been, you know, marginalized. And on my extreme left is the first person to open a Pick and Pay, so-called spaza, in a township. We call him Brasoli. But perhaps let me go back to the issue of just maybe defining one or two things. When we talk of a small business guy in Soweto, when we speak of a retailer in Soweto, who are we referring to? We are referring to people that have traditionally, through government policy, have been confined to operating one shop. It was government policy that you, as a black person, were confined to a township, and as a black person, you're confined to operating within certain hours. As a black person, you were confined to the types of products that you could sell. And as in the process, that then talks to the size of the businesses that we operate. Our businesses are operating from small premises, largely because we were not supposed to survive. We were not supposed to be destination, grocery operators. We were supposed to just top up whatever people wanted on a small quantities, and the rest would be bought from bigger retailers in town. And as a result, when we survived as retailers, we survived against the policies, we survived against a whole lot of abuse, because you had police that would come into your shop, they could confiscate properties, and you are powerless. And as a result, we come from a situation where we had to survive against all odds. And in the course of surviving, a lot of us have remained small. It was deliberate that we should not grow. And in the course of becoming small, you can imagine what that means when you then have to feed people from that small operation. It is very difficult. When you go into the township, you are going to see that a whole lot of retailers, they are family run. And what that tells you is that that shop represents not just the owner, it represents the survival of the family. Therefore, an impact on that particular shop has got far-reaching consequences, because it affects not only the retailer, him or herself, but also the greater family. So you can imagine what it feels like when we suddenly have to contend with the proliferation of super chains in our townships. When we speak of super chains, we're talking Pick and Pay, we're talking ShopRite. I think my Leonard Fred before me put it well in terms of the dominance, that they enjoy in terms of the value chain. Through that domination, it allows them to be able to offer products on a broader scale, meaning they've got a wider product range. And in the course of having a wider product range, they are then able to appeal a lot more to whatever income, whatever disposable income people have. Now, in our case, we have limited space. Historically and deliberately so, we've had limited space. And as a result, we could not give the manufacturers the volumes that they wanted. You'd remember that it cost money for a manufacturer, be it Tiger Brands, be it Unilever, be it National Brands or whoever. It cost them money to deliver to individual shops. So the wholesalers have always been seen as, as a best alternative for us as retailers. But the unfortunate reality is that the same wholesalers have then started competing with us. And as a result, you had your Pick and Pay, they had their own wholesaler. You had Mass Cash, they've got their own wholesaler. Even Metro Cash and Carry, they had their own wholesalers who were able and prepared to open their own spazas in the townships. And the question then becomes, how do we, as retailers in the township, then survive? We survive by giving people credit. A lot of the people that you see in the township, you may see them getting grant money. You may know them as teachers. You may know them as, public servants. But a lot of them, they are in debt. And they cannot afford to live, in a cash environment. And that's why a whole lot of them, they come to us for credit. And the saddest part, when they come to us for credit, we are then having to give them credit because we want them as clients. But what has then happened is, in the course of the mushrooming of the shopping centers in the township, the same shopping centers are now able to give people credit. It can be a Woolies card, it can be a bank card, or in whichever fashion. But the long and short of it is, given the variety of the products that are on the shelf, you are seeing a lot more purchasing power, buying power going to the super chains as opposed to buying from the small guy. But the sad reality is that we have tried to survive. So when we see instances like this, it's a very painful thing. It's a very painful thing. We have never been helped by government. We have never been helped by government. We feed our children, we feed our grandmothers with monies that we get from our sponsors. Now, to see Pick and Pay opening a spaza, it's very painful. It is very painful. You are talking a multi-billion rand company opening a spaza. It is very painful. If you consider the fact that if you go to Diepkloof Shopping Center, you've got an anchor tenant, one grocery anchor tenant, and the same anchor tenant is an anchor tenant on grocery, is an anchor tenant on liquor, and in the course of being an anchor tenant, they enjoy protection within the shopping center. Meaning, I took these pictures after it came to my attention that a multi-billion rand organization was now competing with small operators in the form of our grannies who sell what is known as kota. Kota is staple food for us in the township. I don't know what is kota in English. What is kota in English? Bani chow. Let's settle for bani chow as an example. When we sell kota because we created kota. It is us that came up with an innovative way in which we could be able to feed our people. When we sell some products, yes, we are in business, but our approach to business is not being just for profit. We are in business to feed our people. It is not about just making money. It's not profit driven. So all I'm saying is, this is one case of where I had an altercation with the management of the Pick and Pay liquor. Now, let's remember that when you have got an anchor tenant in any shopping center, it's an agreement between the landlord or the landowner and that particular tenant to say, you are supposed to draw people into our shopping center. And that's why you are going to find that a whole lot of anchor tenants, they enjoy preferential treatment in terms of their rates that they pay. Despite being multi-billion rand organization, they enjoy preferential treatment. And in many instances, they pay less per square meter than us as small operators. That being the case, it means the cost of them operating their business, by virtue of their rent being a lot more affordable, it means they now enjoy a better benefit. Now, the same retailer, they use what is known as merchandisers in their shops. Meaning, they've got people that come and pack in their shops. They've got people that have got to come and also do in-store promotion in their shops at no cost to them. In fact, they actually get paid to provide that space. So the anchor tenant gets in to a shopping center in a township where people have had smaller shops, then takes a massive space for which they pay close to nothing for that space, and then they get merchandisers to put products on the shelves. They are having to compete with me, who is having to buy for cash, because when I buy from every wholesaler, I buy for cash. But in the case of the existing super chains, they don't buy for cash. 30 days, 60 days, 90 days. What that means, they are able to turn that stock over and over and over and over at minimal profits. In certain instances, being, using what we call loss leader tactics. Meaning there are certain products that get sold below cost just to be able to bring people into the shop. And those are the types of agreements that get entered into between the property owner and the landlord, that you need to give us enough footprint into the shopping center. So in the process, the landlord, the tenant will do whatever it takes to be able to attract people, even if it is at the expense of whoever they are operating against. So all I'm saying is, the saddest part is that we are then having to deal with people that do not pay cash for their stock, people that are using merchandisers in their shops, people that are having little or no rental in their shops. Now, what is the opposite of that? If you go to one of the biggest shopping centers in Soweto, and I'm going to talk about Soweto even though I've got dealings with other areas. We work with some of the projects that we do, they go beyond Soweto. I mean, we go to rural areas. We are passionate about rural area development. But I'd like to use Soweto as an example. When you go into one of the biggest shopping malls, they do not want to give SMMEs long-term leases because they say, we do not trust you. So what ends up happening is, despite your profitability, they are going to give you short-term leases, which is 12, 18 months lease, subject to your success. But there's a clause to that renewal of that lease. When you renew that lease, it is with an escalation. So you find a situation where if you start operating as an SMME who's got no financial backup, you put up your own money to, you put up a lot of deposit for starters. It's normally 3 months in advance that you need to put up. In addition to putting a 3 months deposit, then you then have this annual escalation even when the lease expires. So if you start with a lease for 10,000, and then after 18 months escalation, let's say for argument's sake, it's 10%. It means in 18 months, you're talking what? 10, 100, 10, yeah, 11,000? You'll pardon me, I'm here, I can't work out. But the bottom line is that, let's say it's 11,000. Now, by the end of 5 years, chances are you will end up paying 15,000 rands rental. Why? Because they refuse to give you long-term leases. And in the process, it means your rent keep escalating, while a multi-billion rand, largely JSE-listed entity enjoys much protection when it comes to their rent. Now, the reality is that there are a lot of people who are operating by borrowing money from their families. So the death of any and every shop as a result of competition from like the picture that I'm showing you, it is from the Deep Kloof Square, where not far from there is another Pick and Pay Spaza, the one that the concept from Brasoli, and not far from there is a BP a filling station which is entered into a relationship with a Pick and Pay. So you then have a BP with a Pick and Pay, you have a Spaza, you have a Pick and Pay Spaza, and then in addition to then, you then have a major Pick and Pay in the Deep Kloof Square. Now, the question then becomes, who are people going to prefer buying from? Now, I'll go back to Brasoli. Brasoli has been a member of our organization, is not a member, but we've worked together. He's a beneficiary from some of the projects that we've run. You look at the prices at which he was selling, the price of Millie Meal that he was selling as an independent retailer, it is different to the price at which he is now selling now that he's a franchisee. Meaning, in the course of him aligning with a bigger player, one would have thought that the prices were going to go down, but in actual fact, the prices are going up. And I'm saying someone needs to be able to understand how that operates. One would have thought that the prices were going to stay the same, if not go down. But I mean, we've got evidence. To the effect that the prices have, on staples like your Millie Meal have gone up. That is issue number one. Issue number two. When major groups come in and open their shops. The promotions are so destructive that a lot of the money that we have borrowed to open, other businesses like bakeries, those businesses just go under. Because I remember when ShopRite opened at Maponya in Dube, they sold bread for 3 rands. I mean, that is below cost, even for us. Why do they do that? Because they get their products for free. Well, not for free. They get it on terms, meaning they're not paying cash. As opposed to if I were to get mini meal, if I were to get flour from the wholesaler, I would have to pay cash. In their case, they are prepared to use that as a loss leader, and in the process, undercut people that have been operating in the township. As I said, a lot of the prices that we set, unfortunately for us, a lot of our pricing model, it is not profit oriented most of the time. A lot of the times when we set profit, we set prices in an effort to make it affordable for families within our area to be able to put food on their table. And as a result, the slightest change in terms of margins, it undercuts us. And in the course of undercutting us, we end up suffering a great deal. But as I said, if you consider the fact that we borrow money from family to be able to operate those businesses, it means our families then get affected. The kids that we take to school get affected. I mean, it's very rare to come across, black retailers that actually earn salaries. We don't earn salaries. We don't earn salaries. We work in our businesses in order to be able to service the communities, in order to be able to help our families. And I'm not talking just survivalist operations like your spazas. We're talking even, moderate size businesses. So all I'm saying is, without being too long, like I said, my presentation it's a very short one, unlike my learned friend. But coming back to the issue of how can Pick and Pay liquor be selling rolls? How can a person who has stopped other retailers from selling other products? Because when you enter into a lease agreement, you are restricted to the type of products you can. But they enjoy such protection to an extent that there are products that they are able to sell, outside of the lease agreement stipulation. But the bottom line is that when you look at the price at which they sell those rolls, it is with no intention but to be able to take the monies that our people are spending on quota, and taking that money so that people can come and buy this raw. Now you are taking money from grandmothers who are taking their grandkids to school. To that, I spoke to the manager, but I told him, but are you aware that there are people that you are going to take out of business? He says, it's the nature of business, But all I'm saying is, end of the day, they forget that when they leave, their employment within the same shopping malls, within the same retail outfits. It is us as spazas, as shop, who are prepared to give them, decent funerals, because a lot of them are in debt. The issue of debt in South Africa is a big problem, which must not be undermined. Because when something happens to those people, they end up coming to us, for help. But the point that I'm making is, we run businesses not purely for profit. So it becomes very sad when you've got organizations that can afford to give one person 100 million rand as a salary. One person, 100 million rand as a salary in 1 year. And you are saying those people must be prepared to compete, on top of looking after their families. And we are saying that is not possible. So without being too long, I'm saying you are going to see a lot of small business people shying away from presentations like this, because we've spoken to government, we've spoken to the Premier, we've spoken to the MEC. Every government department knows the destruction that is happening within our townships. Everyone knows. And the question then becomes, when we come to the competition commission, is it going to make a difference? Is it going to make a difference that right now, given the bad situation in our townships, the mushrooming of shopping malls has made the situation even worse? Because you need to remember that in the course of us making money through our shops in our township, we have traditionally plowed back in our township. We've bought from people in the townships. We have supported small-scale manufacturers, people that are bringing fruits and veggies from outlying areas, from rural. We've supported those people. But the reality is that right now, we are not creating rich people as retailers in the township, largely because we are on our knees. We are the shopping malls, they are killing us. And in the course of killing us, they are killing our economy, because they are not plowing back into the economy. They are not plowing back into our townships, And I'd like to agree with the previous presentation as far as, the impact of no-name brands. You'd remember that no-name brands means, we don't know even the identity of the manufacturer. So it becomes a lot easier for big retailers to import products, at ridiculously low prices and bring them into the townships and be able to flood the market. It is difficult, well, not no one, it is difficult to be able to compete with cheap products that are coming from, places like China, India, etc., etc. But the long and short of it is that we are having, as township retailers, we are having to close our shops. We are having to give our shops even to foreign nationals. And in the course of doing that, you'd end up with this is the reality. This is the reality that we are having to live with. There are a lot of fake products that are making their way into our townships. There are a lot of products that are being distributed in our townships through foreign nationals. There are a lot of jobs that are going to be lost in our townships due to foreign nationals bringing substandard products into our townships. And I'm not saying this because one is being xenophobic. It is a reality that a lot of people that are wanting to push a lot of low quality, expired products they are using foreign nationals. And in the course of using foreign nationals, they are undermining a lot of the companies that we, as township retailers, have been loyal to. Job creating manufacturers, be it the Unilevers of this world, we have been loyal to those companies because we know they are creating jobs in our township, in our country. But in the course of allowing a lot of foreign nationals to be opening up in our townships, in our shops, we are then seeing a lot of fake products making their way into our township, you know. And this is not just allegation; it's it's a reality. That's why I think in the coming week or two, we should be meeting. I think there's a group that specializes in regulation of barcodes in South Africa. We are meeting with them in order to be able to see to what extent a lot of these fake products, you know, are undermining, you know, existing, you know, law-abiding manufacturers. I think on that note, can I just leave it there? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mputi. When you started off, you mentioned that a number of foreign nationals that are operating businesses in their townships are funded outside the country. Would you be able to give us context of the person that you mentioned that has direct knowledge of that funding and how it's done? You don't have to disclose it here now. But
all right. I've always done that. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
The context. No. We need his telephone numbers and where we
okay.
can reach him.
Okay.
We'd like to speak to that person.
No, it's no problem.
Because that's very important for us. We've taken note of what you've said.
Yes.
So that I'm not going to explore that any further. And you also mentioned that on the issue of the types of lease agreements that small businesses are being made to conclude when they enter shopping malls, where you're given where the duration of the lease is 12 to 18 months, and then at the end of that lease period, there's when renewal time comes, there's an escalation clause which has financial implications for the smaller player. What do you understand this to be? And I want you to speak honestly. What is the feel? What is the understanding? Is it a money-making scheme? Is it an oppression? Is it intended to keep smaller players out? Is it intended to oppress? What do you think is happening? How would you explain that kind of approach by the malls or property developers in this regard?
Property developers are in the money-making business. And they will do whatever it takes to maximize their income through rental, you know. And I have yet to come across instances where they have been accommodating to small black businesses. If you go to major shopping malls, you will see brands of JSE listed companies. That tells you that the intention is to be able to empower the already empowered and forget about those that are not empowered. If you look at the number of people that want to go into shopping malls but cannot get into shopping malls, it is an indication of the bias that the property owners have towards big business, because they believe that big business is a lot more fashionable, you know. Even though you do see big business folding, you do see the likes of what is it? I think was it Truworths? That
Stella
was,
Force is in-
is it Stutterfords that was, yes,
It's in trouble.
it's in trouble. But they still give them protection, which they do not give to SMME. Meaning, shopping malls are an extension of the big business agenda. That's why I'm saying, I wish we could learn from, if you go to Lens, for instance, when a shopping mall was set up when they mooted a shopping mall in Lenasia, Indian operators there said, you must have within the mall, there must be space for small businesses within that shopping mall. Meaning, in the course of you benefiting from the people of this area, be prepared to accommodate small operators, local operators, whose rental most probably is going to be subsidized, as opposed to rental, which is similar, if not more expensive than what the big boys are paying.
Okay. You also mentioned that when you enter the malls, or when a small business enters a shopping mall, you would ordinarily be a profitable business. However, this profitability is not being recognized through the lease arrangement that you obtain from the developer. How is profitability determined? How would you determine your profitability? Is it based on the business that you're operating prior to you entering the mall, or what documents are you presenting to the developer to actually to have these discussions on profitability? So
Bank statements.
Bank statements. And how would you, what kind of engagement occurs? We just we need to have a sense, because
Yes.
we don't know. We don't
Okay.
know. We will speak to them. When we do speak to them, we'll be given a different picture.
Yes.
We're always told that small businesses are being accommodated every day, but they always know that they won't make it because they cannot afford these rentals. Not once have we been told that they have the kind of small businesses that they bring in are actually profitable businesses that then come to the mall and fail. So we just want to understand, well, what kind of discussions take place and that undermine your profitability, for example, and then it leads to a lesser lease period than those of the bigger businesses and I'll say anchor tenants in the grocery retail, for example.
You
How
need to
does-
demonstrate.
Yes.
You need to demonstrate that you've got money, for starters.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot come in if there's no evidence that you've got money.
Mm-hmm.
And that on its own means that there's a whole lot of people that would not be able to make it despite the viability of their projects. So when I say bank statement, I'm saying you need to show that you are liquid financially, and naturally, your financial records, they are key. It does require that you need to demonstrate that you've operated somewhere profitably before, meaning it's not a new. But all I'm saying is these are subtle. These are subtle ways in which the property owners are going to make sure that it is only big business that actually survives,
Okay, I get the point you're making. Let's say you do present your bank statements and then you then enter into negotiations. How does it, what kind of communication, what feedback would you get from a property developer that would justify to you that you do not deserve anything more than 18 months of lease or of a lease arrangement when someone else is getting a longer lease, for example? In that engagement, how do they discuss? How does this discussion happen?
Well, I'm going to talk of sectors that are outside of retail,
fine.
that are outside of groceries.
Grocery, sure.
You know, because if you go to groceries, I mean, they normally have exclusive agreements, meaning a whole lot of us would not be able to operate.
You don't even make it to those
groceries.
shopping
No, because they've got exclusive exclusivity clauses there.
Sure.
But every month, you need to give a report, you know, of your performance. And every month, you do get to show that you are profitable. Every month, they get to understand if you are growing or not growing. But I have yet to see instances where, in the course of them understanding that you are profitable, they are able to give you long-term leases. The leases remain that way. You know, they remain short-term because the normal story is that you cannot be trusted as an SMME, you know. And those are just some of the subtle ways in which I'm saying that we end up in a situation where communities that have never been empowered are then having to compete with people that have enjoyed all sorts of protection, you know, during apartheid and even now. I mean, if you look at Whitey Basson just, I think it's a couple of months ago, you know, he cashed his shares. You know, he got over a billion rands. R1 billion. One man got R1 billion. And you ask yourself, how did he get to expand the way he has expanded? One of the things that we always forget, and very quickly so, is that apartheid preferred that black business remain small. And in the process, there was a lot of support and protection that was given to white business. In the course of them enjoying that protection, they built reserves, cash reserves. You know, they built up war chests. When South Africa eventually came into this democracy, Whitey Basson was able to grow ShopRite bigger and faster during the democracy than he would have grown during the apartheid. The same would apply with all the other
retailers.
Yes. So all I'm saying is, it becomes very sad when you realize that people that have enjoyed the fruits of apartheid are not plowing back into the township the same way that we, in our small way, have been supporting township economy.
On the issue of the Pick and Pay spaza shops and the different engagements you mentioned that you had, not related to the spaza shops, with government, did you try to speak to government on what the entry of Pick and Pay spaza shops in the townships could have, what impact it could have on smaller businesses or businesses in the townships? Was there any discussion ever? Because
one of the first people.
Sorry, because I do understand that this is an initiative that was supported by the Gauteng province government, for example.
One of the first people that I sent an SMS to is the Premier.
Okay. Which Premier?
The Gauteng Premier.
The current?
Yes.
Sure.
To ask him.
Sorry, Dave. Oh, yeah. Okay, cool.
To ask him if it is true. When he could not answer that, he then had Lebo Maile answer me, the MEC for Economic Development. I asked the MEC if he understood the impact of the decision that they are making on the local economy. Via SMS, I was able to tell him that he has betrayed us. He has betrayed us because when we held meetings with formations for retailers, including informal retailers called spazas, we confided in government in terms of the challenges that we have as small businesses. It would have been proper for them to say, we are going to help you grow. But what has then happened is my government, my political organization, then saw it fit to go and do what we said needed to be done, but in a way that did not benefit the people that actually brought the complaint. So all I'm saying is, I've lost all sorts of respect for the MEC. He knows it. I've written to the minister. I took those pictures. I took them straight to the minister. I hope you'll remember that Minister of Small Business. I hope you'd remember that I was part of the task team that she set up to be able to, find coexistent solutions between South Africans and foreign nationals. So she's one of the people that I told that we've been betrayed by our own government because they are able to offer liquor licenses to Pick n Pay faster than liquor licenses to our own people. There's a long queue of people that do not have liquor licenses, but Pick n Pay has got liquor licenses. There's a long queue of people that are seeking finance to be able to set up businesses, be it retail or whatever, but the government has not been able to help them. So in answer to your question, I think every economic cluster decision maker knows, I swear them, they know how I feel. And I do believe that we confided in them in the same way that we are confiding in you. And instead of coming up with solutions that are going to benefit us, they have then come up with solutions that have actually cost the township economy even more. Because the monies that are being made by all those super chains, they're not being plowed back into the townships. Nothing. I've yet to see evidence of any benefit that we've enjoyed since the establishment of shopping malls.
Thank you. You also mentioned that ShopRite at Maponya. Would this be ShopRite at Maponya Mall?
No, Dube.
Dube.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
There is Maponya
What-
and Dube, and then there's Maponya Mall.
Maponya is
Pimville.
an area.
Okay, how do I put this?
So when you say Maponya, is that a street or what?
Dube.
I know Dube, but
Yes.
I don't know Maponya.
There's a shop right there.
So when you say it's
Dube,
at Maponya,
yes.
what is Maponya? Section.
Who can best put this? Who can clarify this for me?
Maponya owns the property. He had shops in Soweto before Maponya Mall.
Okay.
So that's one of the properties that he owns.
Oh, it's actually a shopping center.
So Richard Maponya is the landlord, ShopRite is the tenant on Maponya's property.
Okay, sure. Thank you very much, sir. What year was, okay. So how long do you know, can you recall when ShopRite, how far back? More
No,
or
it's
less?
over 10 years.
Over 10
So
years.
it's over 10
But
years.
this is what they
It's-
did?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
okay.
over 10
I
years.
thought it was something that had happened recently.
No.
Okay. And then you also mentioned the issue of fake products. The picture you presented here, so is this, where was this taken and how did you have access to it?
We've got more pictures of products that are expired, products that are being sold in the townships right now.
In the foreign national stores? Or
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
okay.
You'd know that people know people know what they want when they buy things. But when people are poor, half the time they do not have much of a choice. So that is the sad reality that we are having to confront with foreign nationals, because they are being used a lot to be able to push a lot of fake products. And we've got a lot more pictures, but I just wanted to illustrate a point here.
You also mentioned the situation with Brasoli's Pick and Pay Spaza shop,
Yes,
and where the milli meal price went up.
correct.
Why do you think that is the increase in the price? What would you say is the function of? How would you explain that? Do you think it was where he was? I mean, you say Brasoli, which means you probably know this person.
Yes.
How was he sourcing the milli meal? Did he continue using his own suppliers, or was he using suppliers that are used, for example, by Pick and Pay, therefore using, for example, Pick and Pay's distribution center to get products? Do you know how this arrangement is? Do you have any idea?
If you look at your typical, it's called a franchise for a reason, because you are buying into a system.
Yes.
And if you are buying into a system, it means you are buying to not only the equipment, the refrigeration, the aircon, but you're also buying into the products that are going to be on the shelves.
Sure.
So it is a turnkey solution, meaning most of the time products get brought from, he buys from, I think he sources from another Pick and Pay, I think the one in Protea, if I'm not mistaken. And in the course of sourcing the product from that Pick and Pay, I'd like to believe that he is then having to share whatever margins between himself and that one. But the point that I was alluding to is the fact that, given that he does not have the time and opportunity to be running around like he used to, he then gets given products brought to him, and at a particular price, be it the price at which he's sourcing, he's buying for, as well as the price at which he's supposed to be selling. Because I've yet to know of the Pick and Pays that are undercutting each other price-wise. I've yet to hear that.
Okay.
Hear of that.
Okay. Thank you. In the submissions you made when the terms of reference were issued, I think around 2015, you said big financiers, most of which were beneficiaries of apartheid, and private companies open malls without being sensitive to the needs of small businesses that have fought against black marginalization. On the role of financiers, what role would you say banks or financiers have played in this picture? We've spoken about the retailers, property developers. What role would you say financiers play?
The fact that you can establish a store fully furnished, fully stocked, without putting down a cent, it means someone is providing the finance. It is a well-known fact that a lot of businesses operate based on their balance sheet. meaning they get to the funders extend a bigger facility to people that have got a stronger balance sheet. And as a result, that is why you are going to find that when a McDonald's, for argument's sake, just citing an example, a McDonald's opens, they'll tell you that it is cost 5 million to open that McDonald's. I think just a couple of days ago, there is one outlet that was open for 10 million rands, refurbished for 10 million rands, just one outlet. That means there are funders that are working, with the operators. Now, that is one of the settings that you are finding that I can be able to come up with proposals, like the previous speaker said, where you have lobbied financiers, to be able to open black branded ventures. And they are saying, we cannot fund you because you do not have a track record. So if you wish for me to be able to get specific examples of funders, working with super chains, I'm more than happy to do that. But it is a reality that given their balance sheet, they are able to enjoy better protection from financiers.
Okay. What ideas would you suggest to this inquiry to consider? If, for example, we were to speak to both the retailers, or let's say financiers, let's start with the financiers, in finding a common ground to operate in the township in a sensitive manner. I'll use your word, sensitive. So what would be a sensitive approach, and what ideas do you have for that approach?
Okay, let's remember that the retail sector is under no obligation to be compliant because they do very little business with government. BEE legislature was one of the tools that had been used to be able to compel big, wide companies to embrace transformation. And as a result, it would help a great deal if the Competition Commission were to try and convince, big retailers that the jobs that we are losing in the townships because of the mushrooming shopping malls are going to have a bigger impact in the long run on everyone. The crime that we are seeing in the township is as a result of joblessness in the township. The joblessness that we are seeing in the township is as a result of big business being insensitive, to socio-economic requirements within townships. So in answer to your question, I would recommend that you speak to the powers that be for them to understand that it is not about profit only. It is not about profit only. It is about keeping communities sustainable, So if companies are going to come in as if communities are in a developed country or developed economies, it then shortchanges all the efforts that have been made in terms of telling people to keep away from crime, because the same people, once they are unemployed, they resort to crime. So, unfortunately, the reality is that we have to talk to the moral fiber of the bigger chains. Like I said, YT Pazon, 1 billion rands. 1 billion rands for one man, and I have yet to see an example of him plowing that money back into an area that is not wide, meaning in a township, in a way that is not going to benefit him financially. So all I'm saying is, on the grocery front, The margins are such that, there's very little you can do at this stage. There's very little you can do. But if you can talk to Mr. Basson, just talk some
Some sense.
some sense into him. Yeah.
You just mentioned job losses, and if you had an opportunity to go through some of the submissions made by by some of the supermarket chains like Spar, to recall, one of the benefits that some of the benefits that they pointed out to us that they bring when they enter townships and rural areas is that they create jobs, they bring quality, and they bring low prices. You've just said their entry has resulted in job losses, in your view.
Okay, I think we need to distinguish between a spa. Most of the time, it works on a sort of like a franchise model,
Yeah.
owner managed, and then they shop in malls.
Sure.
There's a big difference there.
Okay.
In your typical spa, they do try to allow the owner to source products from wherever.
Sure.
They do accommodate the likelihood of certain products finding their way into the shelves.
From the
Local communities.
Sure.
But it is very difficult for the bigger, well, I know that Pick and Pay, I think they've tried recently, I think it was last year, they've started there is an effort from their side to be able to source products, from black suppliers. And I think that is one of the opportunities that offer, a great deal of opportunities as far as job creation, because retail by its nature, in the township, it's no longer as big as it was before, So yes, your typical spa would create jobs, but your typical shopping mall would actually create destruction in a township. So you would find a township surviving, if there are a lot more standalone operations as opposed to when there are shopping malls which are dominated by JSE listed companies.
Okay, sure. On this very point, Masmat, yeah, in its submissions, I think last year to us, implored us to, in considering the impact of big business entering the townships, or in fact, or across the issues raised by the inquiry, to look at these issues through the lenses of consumer welfare. What is your comment on that? Consumer welfare. Basically, basically meaning, even if a trader suffers, the consumers on the ground benefit, and that's the consideration that this inquiry should take from their presence in these areas, not the fact that some businesses have had to close down. What would you say to that?
Well, just a quick disclaimer.
This was Masmat specifically.
Yes, just like I'm saying, a quick disclaimer. You'd remember that when Walmart, came into the country, I think I was the only person, if my memory serves me well, that lobbied Parliament for Walmart to come into the country. And in the process, I was against the likes of the COSATUs of this world, so I just need to bring that to your attention. But also bring to your attention that in the course of that happening, a 200 million rand fund was established, for supplier development, yes. And that fund then sought to buy a lot of fruit and veggie from black farmers. Personally, I did not benefit. I just need to bring to your attention. I've never benefited from that transaction. But the whole idea of seeking Walmart to come into South Africa was for us to be able to have more competition, so that, like you're saying, the consumer could be able to enjoy, the benefits. The consumer, who is a consumer? Right now, if you look at the joblessness rate in the township compared to your Sandton, yes, there would be a black person like yourself who may be staying in Sandton. Yes, you are black, but I'm just citing an example. Who would be staying in Sandton, and if you enjoy those benefits, it's good. But if you look at a person in the township, the benefit that they enjoy, it needs to go beyond just saving on that tin stuff. We need to look at job creation, not just saving on food stuff. Someone needs to be able to look after the welfare of, creation of jobs. So we cannot be a society that is just bent on saving for the sake of just saving money on a tin of fish. So in answer to that, yes, we do believe that there would be a lowering of price. Yes, but let us also bear in mind that we need to go beyond the consumer-oriented mentality or consumer-oriented economies, especially in the townships. In the township, we do need a lot more, So in answer to your question, yes, there would be a saving as far as the cost of the product, but to what extent have we created people that are dependent on the state? We want a producing economy, and that cannot happen when we have shopping malls mushrooming like they are. So all I'm saying is, let them open shopping malls, more shopping malls in Sandton, than in the township. Then we'll see the difference. In Sandton, yeah, you're more than welcome. You can enjoy it. But in the township, there is a lot more distraction that is caused by shopping malls.
Sure. In that submission, you also mentioned a number of bakeries that closed as a result of shopping malls, as well as these supermarkets entering the townships. Do you have any list of these bakeries or owners of these bakeries that we can go back to and speak to that closed as a result of the entry?
I'm sure we can look that up.
Okay, we will come back to you on that.
Yeah.
And then you also mentioned the impact on informal traders in taxi ranks who are being killed by Metro Police in protection of big retailers in these malls. And then you, for example, mentioned at Barra Taxi Rank, Jabulani Mall, and Deep Cliff Square. Is this a fact? Are these things that have happened? And can you speak more to that?
Okay.
Yeah.
Where
informal traders were affected, yes.
Yes. As black people in the township, were not supposed to operate businesses.
Yeah.
So when the Barra taxi rank was established as a taxi, rank, we set it up against the wishes of the apartheid government. We set it up from scratch. In the course of setting up that taxi rank, we set up small businesses that are going to be able to feed people that were using the taxi rank. In the course of that happening, you then had a taxi rank that was buzzing with activity. I need to emphasize, we set it up, not the government. We set it up. As you and I speak right now, we who set it up, we are operating outside in the sun without toilets without any form of decency in the sun. We who set it up. The same taxi rank, you've got Cambridge, which is owned by Masmat. You've got Pick and Pay operating within Black Chain. So all I'm saying is there is a lot of sacrifice that we as township business have put into establishing what you see as buzzing economies and buzzing township. Up until, as you and I speak, we've never enjoyed any support whatsoever, be it as a taxi industry, be it as informal traders. So that is the unfortunate situation that we are finding ourselves. So in the course of a whole lot of us operating the same way we've always operated in the during the apartheid era, in the form of hawkers selling at Barra, JMPD is now coming to remove us from operating where we've always operated. And who then gets to benefit from that? It's the Pick and Pay that gets to benefit from there. It is the Cambridge that gets to benefit from something that we created. And I am saying that is not fair, you know. And naturally, in the course of those skirmishes, which can turn violent, because you talk of confiscation of valuable goods, you know, like I said, valuable goods which are not necessarily to feed us alone, but to be able to feed our kids. I mean, there's bound to be some violent skirmishes. But all I'm saying is, as you and I sit right here, right now, McDonald's is enjoying, you know, Fen City and all these big international as well as local listed companies. They're enjoying the fruits of something that we created. And I'm saying that is not fair.
Okay, thank you. This is my second last question. In the submission you made, in that submission that you made previously, you also spoke about lack of prioritization of land being allocated to small businesses for purposes of expansion. This kind of ties up with what you were saying, that you are always limited and you remain limited as businesses operating in their townships because you don't have space to expand to. Did you make, in your engagements with government or any municipalities, have you, were these issues raised and what was the response? Therefore,
Can I talk outside of the retail space?
Yeah.
Or you want to confine it to just
No,
retail?
you can talk outside of the retail
Now,
space, because there wouldn't be land specifically for, okay, when you say retail space.
I'm just saying groceries, sorry.
Yeah, yeah.
Retail groceries,
Retail,
yeah,
okay, no,
yeah,
no,
sorry.
because grocery would be within retail anyway. So
Yes.
you go ahead, yeah.
Yes, so
Yeah.
do I need to confine myself to just groceries and?
No, you can go broader.
There is no way that we can have a shopping mall established, and when you seek a furniture giant to come in, and the first thing they ask you who is the anchor tenant. When you speak to all the major furniture, clothing giants, let's call them, they will ask you who is the anchor tenant. Now then speaks to the conspiracy in terms of saying, if you have got a Mputi groceries, Mputi super chain as an anchor tenant, it means all the other guys are not going to support that shopping center. So you then have a situation where, I'm not going to call them by name, one of the, I think is the biggest shopping center in Soweto, I think they have got the capacity. They come from a retail background. They could have opened their own branded a grocery outfit there. But the reality is that for you to be able to attract other non-grocery tenants, you need to have a grocery giant there. So it ends up with a situation where even when we do get land, you find that the conspiracy within the GCE listed companies is such that they are going to say, we are not going to support you until and unless you have got our preferred grocery retailer. That's number one. But critical thing is right now, for us to be able to acquire land, it does not come cheap. It does not come cheap. And I need to bring to attention the fact that we come from an economy where we were not in business for profit alone. We were not in business for profit alone. We're there to feed our people. And as a result, some of the things which under normal circumstances we should be able to say we've got money for, we do not have money for. So it would have helped a great deal if there was a leniency on the side of government property owners to be able to provide bigger land to us, on terms that are sensitive to our background, unlike the current situation when they say, it's everyone for himself. If you've got the money, you come. If you don't have the money, then forget it.
Thanks. Earlier on in your submission, you mentioned that it could have been better if we had this hearing in Soweto. Which do you have any suggestions as to where in Soweto, for example, which areas we could consider where we could be able to draw in other businesses and traders that have been affected, or to whom this inquiry has relevance?
I would suggest that you have it the same place where we hosted the Reserve Bank governor, I think it's a month or so ago. When the Reserve Bank governor came and heard what people on the ground were saying, it became apparent to him that people, by virtue of them being in the township, it does not mean they do not know anything. It does not mean they do not understand how things work. But it also means they do have ideas of how things can be done differently. So I'd like to say to you, I think we are, as SBA, we are the most active organization in Soweto. We have the biggest network of business forums, in and across Gauteng, and we would be able to find a place suitable to yourself depending on the number of people that you are expecting. But we can get you a place that can accommodate, 100 people, or even, I think maybe 200, 500 people we can accommodate, but it would depend on what you wish. But we've just done it with the Reserve Bank governor. You can do it with yourself as well.
Sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Mpati.
Two very quick questions from my side before we break for lunch. What is the average amount of people that a typical spaza shop employs? And I'm talking about a local operated spaza shop.
On average?
On average.
To be two.
Two.
Correct.
And at what level would they be? What would who would that typically be?
It would typically be the owner and someone that would help in terms of loading, offloading, packing and unpacking stuff, but also doing home deliveries. Because you remember that there are a lot more spazas per area than there are supermarkets. But there is always this coexistence relationship that exists between shops and spazas, to an extent that, even opening times, they are there to be able to complement each other. So espaza typically would on average be 2 people, and you typically get espaza in almost every street.
Okay. And then a general dealer, how many people on average does a general dealer employ?
It would depend on the stock variety that is there, because a general dealer would have your meat section, would have your grocery section. I think increasingly you are finding that there is also the liquor component. So it would depend on what you classify as a general dealer, and that will then dictate, the size. I mean, if you look at Mr. I forget his name because I'm here now. If you look at, okay, let me give you his name. Let me give you his picture. This gentleman here on my right, why do I forget his name? Anyway, I think on my right, his shop, I think it had about 15 people, because it's one of those shops. It was slightly bigger, so because he had groceries there, and then he had he had the lotto, he had, butchery, and then a small mini wholesale, for the hawkers to come and buy from there. So it would depend on the product range.
Okay. Last question, similar to the question that Ms. Ntanga had asked you to give us a list, for example, of the bakeries that had closed down as a result of the shopping mall. Can you do that also in respect of shops that wanted to open up a shop in the mall but that could not do so because of an exclusive lease agreement between the mall and the anchor tenant? So similar to the list that you indicated you would give to us in respect of those that closed down, a list of all those businesses that could not enter, that you are aware of, that could not enter because of the exclusive lease agreements in the malls.
No, I'm sure you can get it.
Thank you.
But naturally, it is not just are you wanting to focus on just groceries?
Typically groceries, but if you have others, we will consider them. But obviously, our focus is groceries. So if you groceries and any grocery product, so it could be a bakery, for example,
Yeah.
or a butchery
Yeah.
or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
All right. No, thank you. And yes, thank you for this opportunity. But like I said before, we appreciate all the work that you are doing. It would help a great deal if you were to also set foot in the township, so that we can see what we can do together. Yes. And yes, do speak to Mr. Whitey Basson, that billion rands. I'm being serious. Please do speak to Mr. Whitey Basson. We do believe that, he's a true South African, but he must show, his commitment to. It does not send a good signal when a person that has enjoyed so much protection from this democracy is seen taking money out of the township and not plowing any money back into the township. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mputi. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now adjourn for lunch and come back at 2:30. Thank you. Sorry, we are now, we are now reconvening after the lunch adjournment. We will kick off with Mr. Sifate Mlife, or Chris Sifate from Sifate Mlife. Imports, sales, and distribution. Imports, sales, and distribution business. Thank you.
Okay,
May
thank you.
proceed, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity. I know that I should have actually brought in the formal presentation. When I actually had this platform on Power FM, I said, you know what, definitely I'm going to come through here and do a presentation because there are some of the information that I need to actually share with you. I came here as a personal capacity as well as Sifate Mulifi, which is a new business which was actually registered in 2015. Firstly, I just want to actually give you my background so that you can understand where I come from in terms of this is the right platform for me because I just want to give you the insight of the industry, especially the FMCG. My name is Chris Sifate, as I've just mentioned, originally from Katlehong, currently residing in Glen Vista, where I stay. I'm a sales and marketing by profession. Currently, I'm an entrepreneur. I left my paid job last year in June to start my own business. My qualifications, it's a certificate in sales and marketing and customer centricity, and I've actually obtained my second qualification through University of Johannesburg, which is a diploma in advanced business management. I have 18 years experience in the FMCG industry, where I started as a trainee. I won't take long on it, actually introduce myself. I've actually worked for different companies where I've actually worked for Coca-Cola. That's where I was trained to be a sales rep. I started with only a metric, and then that's where I actually to build myself and to have my qualifications. I want to start with, on my presentation, with the retail agencies, and including the suppliers, which are these two guys are actually culprits to me. I'm not trying to actually expose them, but I just want to actually speak the truth with what I've actually seen. And the reason why I want to say this is because I hinted or I actually attempted to actually get the business in some of the guys, but they were so reluctant to actually give us. The reason why I'm saying these guys are actually culprits is that the so-called tiger brands, Unilever, P&G, AVI Group, they only offer the merchandising and sales agencies to the big guys. We as guys who've got experience that I can actually run, I can able to run Unilever now, the agent, the sales and marketing, I can run them, but unfortunately, it's only exposed to the big guys. And the big guys, when they actually get those tenders, we as small guys, we're not actually exposed. And we've tried so many times with other guys to actually have a consortium to open our own business as salespeople because we know the industry. We know from cash and carry, QSR, which is quick service restaurant, and all those things to go and actually get sales. And again, it's not only on sales, also on distribution side as well, which is it's actually owned by those big guys. And it worries me that, for instance, if you look at who's the mass buyer, which is us blacks as well, and I'm not actually being discriminating here, but I'm just saying let be 50-50 on those things. So it worries me because there's a lot of money on those industry. If you can actually go into your books, which I will actually recommend you guys to go and investigate and look at how many, since 1994, how many black agencies in terms of the sales and merchandising are offered in the industry, you will see exactly what I'm actually talking about. My second point, it will be in a bulk buying. The bulk buying, it's a very a vulture business. When I say vultures, you know exactly what I'm talking about. It means that everyone wants to actually have the one person wants to actually have that. You know, no one can actually come in that business. It's only companies, big companies like the Macros, the Elistas, all the guys that you had yesterday. Unfortunately, I was not there yesterday. They actually get preferable in terms of the distribution from the suppliers. And here, as I said, the culprits are actually suppliers as well. And the pricing as well, which is it's sad to us. If you are actually going to give me maybe a small person as a distributor, a price which a person cannot actually afford, and then suddenly you actually offer someone a 30-day account, and for me as well as a small person, you want me to actually pay cash. It's unreasonable, and there are terms as well, which is the early settlement. We are small guys. Unfortunately, we can't actually able to settle those accounts in 14 days. And the tricky one here, guys, I don't know whether you're actually exposed to the rebates. When you go to guys like big suppliers, you use what they call the trade marketing. As a marketer myself, as a national sales manager on my previous companies, you go and negotiate with a supplier. You sit down with a supplier, and then, or us as a supplier, you sit down with the supplier, and then they'll actually say, we want to sign the trade agreement. And the trade agreement is actually, the guys who are benefiting in most cases are actually the guys who are the bigger guys, the macros, those big guys, which they've got a muscle to actually buy. And the trade agreements are actually from 7% to 15%. I'll give you a perspective or maybe a scenario how the rebates work. In a case, if a person signs the rebates, he said, for instance, I'm a distributor. I go to a supplier, and then the supplier will actually give me 15%. On those 15%, there are marketing, which is part of the marketing, what you'll do on the ground, what you'll actually offer as a merchandising, and the exposure of the brand as well. But however, what worries me is that as a supplier, for instance, I'm giving a scenario. If I'm a supplier with muscle, I'll go and actually buy from the supplier, and then with credit, obviously, and then I can actually buy a product for 21 rand for instance, and I can sell it at 21 rand 50. I can only make 50 cents. But in other way, I can actually able to make money through the supplier on rebates as well, 15%, because the more you buy from those guys, they actually give you more rebates. And to the small guys, where is fairness there? There's no fairness there, you know. Those are the things that they'll always tell you that those trade agreements are actually confidential. Yes, they are confidential, but what about the small guys who are unable to actually to sign those trade agreements? So it pushes back to what the other guys have said. Like our first speaker with regards to when you get to townships, we're not actually getting those business. Those small businesses, they actually not making money. Again, the guys that can actually sell the very same product at that 21 rand to actually 30 rand, they still make the rebates again. Or they can actually sell the very same product at the cost price with no effort. Who's actually having more effort? The guys on the ground, because you need to actually make sure that you get marketing from the guys, marketing on the ground, and unfortunately the small guys, they don't have muscle for marketing. And the third one, which is my second last one, is actually what worries me with regards to the retail. It's sad, guys, when you go to township. When you go to township, you get a lot of queues. And you ask yourself, why are our black people are actually suffering like there's no customer service. You get about 3 or 4 tills which are empty, only 2 tills actually working. And you ask yourself, where are the other guys? Said, no, the guys, they're actually online. Either we don't actually have enough staff, I mean to say. But go to the elite, where we actually stay. I stay there as well. You know what? I actually work my way out to actually stay in town. All the guys, all the tills are actually full. And you ask yourself, those guys are making more money out of these guys because, those guys are buying cash. Why are we not looking after these guys? It's because of the color or because of the illiterates? I'm asking myself why retailers, they're not looking after those guys. It's sad, guys, what is happening in the trade. They want that money, but they don't want to look after those consumers. It's sad. The last one that I need to mention is actually, I'm actually talking from the experience, guys. Whatever I'm saying, I'm talking from the experience. My last company that I worked for, it was actually a sugar company. It was a small miller. That's where I actually got exposed. And for me to actually go and work for this small miller, it was purposely. I actually asked for a retrenchment from my previous company. They actually offered, I was lucky. I went to actually work in KZN. I was exposed to a sugar industry. The very rotten to the core. The very rotten to the core. You know why I'm saying that? Because there's no black people who are actually exposed to that business, and they don't want to give it to those businesses. It's a multi-millionaire business, which is, we as blacks, when we cannot want to actually get into that business as a distributor, you are denied. They'll tell you all those nitty-gritties in terms of do you have a buying power and all those things. We want to supply those guys. And let me tell you something, the very same big guys, they buy sugar from those guys, they repackage and sell it back into the retailer. The very same thing that you want to do. Why not us? I'm not saying that I'm angry, guys, but it saddens me. I'm an entrepreneur. Once you became a salesperson, you see all those figures, you know exactly. I was running a business which was 450 million. I am capable to actually run my own business if I can run someone's business. And that's the reason why I said, there are a lot of loopholes within the business. And it makes me angry because we are young. I'm only 44. I look young, but I'm only 44. We want to employ other people. There are direct and indirect jobs that we're actually going to produce as a small business. So we need to actually look at small business. Small business, we are here, guys, to do justice for this government. But our government doesn't want to listen to us. I've got 18 years experience in sales. I know exactly what's happening. I can sell you anything. But when you actually go to the guys who ask for an opportunity to go and sell something, you are denied. That sugar industry, it's rotten to the core. If you're able to sell, I'll show you on my last slide, you're able to sell as a miller, they're able to sell 32,000 tons to a person who's going to move that sugar to another person, to another person. There's a bit of a chain. The first 32 tons is actually 320 million. Just imagine to the person who's going to buy from them and actually have his markup, and the other one is a markup. Look at the chain. But we are denied. We are denied. It's a commodity. We want to get in that business, but unfortunately, because, I don't know, we are not learned enough, I don't know. But we want to get into that business. I want to have an agency where I will actually employ merchandisers. I need to actually employ people who will be actually working as the office bearers who will be actually at the office and all those things. We are here to actually to give our expertise, but unfortunately our expertise are not taken into consideration. So it said to me what I'm actually, and thanks very much, guys, for the opportunity. I really appreciate it. It's been long, and I remember when you guys were at Nazareth, I actually hinted this to one of the guys. I said, guys, I need to actually get one of the commission to expose this market. Why? And it doesn't mean that we want to take market from so-called the guys who are running it now. We want to actually have a fair share. I can actually get a business from small, and it's fine for me as well, because it's, let's just share the business. But the business is not shared. I will actually just want to share you this slide with regards to what I've just said now. And see the figures exactly when I talk of sugar business, because that's where I was actually exposed. And the reason why I went there, I actually did it purposely. I did it purposely for me to actually go there and I don't know whether it's... See this.
Mr. Spat, can I ask you a question whilst they're fixing your slide?
Okay.
When you say the sugar business is rotten to the core,
Yes.
Are they rotten to the core because they're excluding participation by black people, or there's more to this rot?
I think there's more.
Can you speak more to that for me quickly whilst they're fixing that?
Okay. I think when I say there's raw to the core is that when you look at when there's a price increase, If there's a price increase, obviously each and every company who actually who owns the sugar mill or whatever, they will actually announce. But look at the buying power on that, and the buying power is actually huge. For me, as a small business, if I want to actually get into that business, unfortunately, I wasn't able to get it. And let me just give you a scenario. There's a company that bought, there was a price increase while I was actually working for sugar. They bought tons and tons of sugar. You know what they did? Because they've got capacity. They store the sugar for a while and they close their mouth. After 3 months, they come back into the market and they lower the price. Who's going to be affected there? Unfortunately, they're going to actually make money. They send all the SMSs into their customers. And the guys who are actually on the ground, they'll obviously run because you'll see that, you know what, I'll be making a lot of money. I'll be buying it at an older price and get it and sell it at a new price. Those are the things that are actually happening there. And the opportunities which are given to the big guys. Give the small guys an opportunity to say, yes, here's a meal, buy from us, package it, and go and sell it. So those are the things that are actually happening. That's the reason why I'm saying there are a lot of things that with pricing, with packaging as well, people who can actually, there's companies that they tell one company, they said, you know what, we'll buy sugar from this miller, but we want you, we'll actually bring that sugar to you to package it as a private label. So those are the things that are actually happening in the industry. So we need to actually look at that as well. And same applies to what I've just said. And I'm not running away from the agencies as well. That's where we as an expertise in terms of sales and marketing. I've got that 18 years. I've been in 18 years in those companies like Coca-Cola. Why not actually able to run my own agencies? Where I can actually able to go to those guys and say, you know what, here's the product, I can able to sell it to you. Big guys are actually running it. If you can actually follow now what's actually happening, and I'll be fair. If you look at what Imperial is actually doing now, they're getting into that market because they see that FMCG market is there. Where's TFG now? TFG is not there because Imperial is there to get in with tracking and sales as well. We as small guys who are actually underlooked. Why not to present there? It's actually, if you look at from 2014, on the last February, because that's a year end, look the last one, 2015, 2016, 36,857. If you take that, you multiply it by 9,500 per ton, it gives you 320 million, which is, on that 320 million, not even a single small distributor has a share on that. Where do we fit in? We don't want to take the whole market share. We just want that small so that we can actually be able to feed our families. I've left my pay job now. I'm doing something which is, I said, you know what, let me just run away from it. But unfortunately, I'm getting to another one as well, which is the retail fashion competition commission. You need to actually go for that as well. I'm on that now. I've got a product which is, I went to overseas and negotiate that product with good faith. They don't want to accept me on the trade. I don't know why, because you know what, because I brought a beautiful brand. I can actually give you my website and see, and go to my website and see exactly what I've actually done. We are being denied. And why? Because we've got expertise. Just imagine me as a young 44 boy, I've got a South African distributor. I can distribute a brand the whole of Africa. Not even one single retail fashion store accepted my brand. That's what I wanted to actually say.
Thank you, Mr. Sifati. When you say you are a sales and merchandising agency, can you just explain for this inquiry?
Okay.
What does that entail?
Okay. On this scenario, for instance,
what is the role?
The role, exactly. I will put it in a picture like this. There's, I'll give you an example, and I'll just say it as it is. We've got Unilever. Unilever, they've got key accounts. The key accounts, they don't actually go into the stores. They sit down and plan in terms of getting the sales into the stores. They appoint an agency which will be actually going through to each and every stores, whether it's Spar, whether it's Woolworths and all those guys. Those guys are actually given a commission based on the sales which are brought into the business. So
Brought in through the business derived from that.
exactly, yes, which is meant, the Unilever will actually appoint an agency, which is what I'm actually mourning now, that we as black people, we are capable as well to have sales and marketing agencies, because we've got qualifications, we've got expertise as well. So those and then the agency will actually employ sales reps.
Okay, sorry. So therefore, the more the client that the sales and merchandising agency works with buys from Unilever.
They're not even buying from Unilever.
The more commission is made by the agency.
Yes, exactly.
Is that how the agency would
The
grow?
agency will actually make more money when they actually sell product which belongs to Unilever.
To those clients that they ought to
Exactly,
sell.
that they're actually looking after on the ground.
Okay, sure.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay.
So the supplier will actually pay them sales for sales and marketing service. We'll actually pay them for merchandising as well, which is part of that. It's part of, when I say sales and merchandising, it's sales and marketing, which is part of the merchandising as well.
So, and then with regards to the sugar companies or sector, is this the role that the first point you're making is that there's no participation whatsoever by small and black people in that sector. That's what you're saying?
Yes.
And then are you also saying that you approach them as a sales and merchandising agency to work with them, or were you just making them as an example of a sector where there can be more participation by others and yet there isn't?
Yes, exactly. Maybe let me just put it like this: there is an opportunities, but the opportunities are when they actually doing it purpose. They said we'll actually issue tenders. And we as small guys who are not actually exposed to those things, they're actually not actually telling us when are they actually issuing the tenders to actually give it to the small guys.
How are the tenders issued?
I don't know.
How are they made public? How would others know?
That's what we actually want, an exposure as well, to actually get those tenders. But we know exactly. For instance, when I was actually as a sales rep, we know that now there's a tender for Unilever, or P&G is actually having a tender. I was still working. There was not actually been, but we were keen. But we even actually said with about three guys, said, can we open our own sales and marketing?
Sorry,
company?
Mr. Spate, are you telling me even if you went into their websites, there won't be a page where you can actually find a list of tenders that
To be fair enough, maybe
running?
To be fair enough, there is. But my point is actually goes to, even if there is tenders, they are only offered to the big guys.
Okay.
Based on that, or whatever, the relationship that they've got with the companies, or whatever, or their history of trade.
Other than expertise, that is knowledge of how to move the product from the supplier to the customer.
Yes.
What other requirements does an agency or distributor need to have that could disqualify a prospective applicant,
I
for
think
example?
it depends, but one that I can say is that the capacity of the staff and the system as well, the systems that you might actually have. But the system is not a transfer, because the very same suppliers, they offer you system, because you send, for instance, you get orders, you can send via to the main supplier, and the supplier will actually deliver, because they've got relationship with the logistics company.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. based on your experience in the industry and the rebates and the discounts that you've mentioned, can you take us through that process and focus only on that? Give us all the detail you have regarding the various types of discounts a retailer can get, and on what basis are they offered, and then point us to the unfairness there that you've seen there.
Okay. On a rebates, I'll give you a scenario where, maybe, for instance, one supplier can offer 10%. On that 10%, you'll actually break into 1.2%. It will for merchandising, 2%. It will be for a promotion, and the rest, obviously, it will be allocated to actually, if you push sales. That's how we actually get it. And there will be another one which will be allocated for if you wanna you actually want to pay early settlement, which is about 2%. For instance, if you buy a store for about $1 million, so if you pay us early, out of that $1 million, you'll actually get 2% of that. And that is based on volume. It starts from truckloads. That's where the discrimination comes. If you don't actually offer me the same rebates as the other guys, because I'm not actually going to offer you a truckload, where's the fairness? Because I'm still young. I'm still an infant in the business. And I need to actually, I've got a market to actually go and serve. So those are the things which is, I can actually elaborate more on rebates. And with rebates, the reason why I said it's unfair, you can actually buy from a supplier and sell it at cost. You still get a rebate. Because, they rely on the rebates. They can actually, because, they want to pull their customers. They've got muscle.
Is there any, let's take a hypothetical example. Let's say someone buys 100 bars of chocolate and someone buys 10 bars of chocolate. This is now very hypothetical. Yes. What is the difference in cost to Unilever, for example, in supplying 100 units to one retailer and 10 units to the other? Is there a difference in cost because the one is buying more than the other?
Basically, I do understand in business principles, they'll always tell you that. But in reality, if I'm small, I said, you know what, if I can get the same price as him, I can come and collect, but still it doesn't work. If I can come and collect and get him, because the other guy is actually, he's got a full truck. I need to get the same price so that I can go and get into a... Remember, this is competition. We need to actually have a fair pricing. That's my take. That's my opinion anyway. Because and I understand as a business principles that, they won't actually say, we won't be selling a truck to you. And it's unfortunate, we'll actually give you this price. But yes, give me a fair price so that I can come and collect. And again, it happens, guys. When you look at the market, what is happening now with the Somalians and Ethiopians, they're actually buying from the suppliers now. And what they do? They've got trucks. They go and collect. They cut the middleman, which is the logistics company. And they go and actually sell the very same stuff to township. And then we thought those guys are cheaper. But it's just a model which the guys are actually using in between. And the reason why I'm saying that, I love this industry. I am who I am today. The industry has made me. I'm running my own business, which is tough now. It's tough. I'm actually even planning to sell my house, but it's fine. I know exactly where I'm going. But I love this industry because it's a fast-moving consumer goods. You interact. You even now want to actually go outside the country and buy other brands, and which is unfair for people who are actually going to the guys that you can actually employ to manufacture. Unfortunately, I don't have those capabilities. My capabilities is to sell. I can sell anything, as I've just said.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sifate. Should we have follow-up questions or need to speak to you outside of a public hearing?
You can. You're more than welcome.
Okay, fine. Have you provided us with your contact details?
Yes, I did.
Thank you very much, sir. Cheers. Okay, we will get, our next submission is from Muachi's Meat Supply. Are they here? Yes, please take a stand. We need additional chairs. Thank you. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Okay, will you please just introduce yourselves, that is, place your names on the record, and then as well as introduce the business that you are here about, and then you can go ahead with, or you may proceed with your submission. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mokoka Moahi from Moahi's Meat Supply in Sebokeng. Mokoka Moahi, M-O-K-O-K-A. O-K-O-K-A. That's right, Moahi. M-O-A-G-I. I'm from Moahi's Meat Supply in Sebokeng. I'm in the meat retail business. Well, I'd like the accountant to do the presentation.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Mkezi Mazibugo. I'm actually the Mkezi Mazibugo. Yes. I'm actually the non-executive director of Moahi's Meat Supply. I have been with the company since 2006, when we started to, we were basically developing them at that time, but we have been having their books since then. And I think what we are here for, what I'm here for is to give you some highlights of what I've actually going through this industry in respect of, you know, the challenges and within the various issues that the company has faced, which I believe would actually naturally affect anybody else out there. Okay. I wasn't so sure how to do the presentation because we are not given any format. How do you want us to approach this?
Proceed any way you wish to.
Yes.
The floor is yours, really. Anyhow.
Okay.
So be comfortable.
All right.
Sorry, just a small question. When you say you are a meat supplier, are you a butchery?
Butchers.
Butchery.
Butchers. The butchers retail.
Butcher?
Retail. Retail.
Retail.
Retail.
Okay, thanks.
That's right. The industry is actually tough. However, it could have been better if certain things were actually done and the environment was suitable and there was support and you didn't have to fight with a lot of other people. But what I'm going to indicate, the first thing is I can provide you with the details later. Over the 10 years that I have actually been with the company, whereas we started with their sales at 2008, 2001, they increased to up to 2.5, 2.6, around about 2010, 2011. Then the impact of the malls starting to come in place, it's been a downhill since for the last 10 years. The 2016 results were a pathetic 1.9 million for the business. Okay. Now you want to start to check now what is actually happening, what's the impact, where can you improve, and some of the other things that had to happen is, you know, your suppliers are increasing their stock on a regular basis. During the December periods, there's a tendency that the meat supply basically increases its pricing from November up to somewhere mid-January, and the company is unable to pass that increase or to put an increase on its own pricing, if I can put it that way, in order to basically benefit out of the new pricing. Why? Because people just simply don't come and basically buy from you once they see that you've actually upped your price. There's nothing wrong with that. It's a business. However, the downside of that is the fact that your margins are squeezed, okay? Because now you're buying at a higher price, and yet you're still selling at the same price that the people are expecting you to sell. The other side of it is the fact that our revenue savers, because they actually expecting everybody to be providing a higher sales during that period, which there's nothing wrong out of it. They are expecting more VAT out of that. But because you've got squeezed margins, you don't get it because you pay more on the purchases. But they don't see that. We've been fighting with them over this period, and they don't see it that way. So that's another problem that we are facing. Our South African Reserve Bank revenue services, who actually doesn't understand, who don't understand the market, how the market is actually performing, and during this period, they expect you to basically be the same as the rest of the other big guys. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. Then there's another aspect as well, that of employment that has been coming down, obviously due to less sales, and you actually need to review your operations, and you need to start basically looking at your supply side is actually doing. And employment has actually been an issue as well. We've been losing employment over that time. Whereas the company started with how many employees? 10 employees. We are left with how many? 4. The other challenge is that brought about by the local municipalities. These premises belong to the local municipalities. We have been trying to get title deeds. We have put up business plans for the expansion of the premises to make them look, more like a proper place. However, when you go to the funder wants to know who does the premise belong to. And when you say it's still with the municipality, then they will not find you. They basically tell you, no, we're not going to spend our money in an environment where we are not so sure whether we will get that back. You go to the municipality, you try to basically make it possible for them to drive the process of providing you with what belongs to you, or some letter of comfort that can make the funders to actually hear your case. You are actually hitting a brick wall. Nothing comes out of that. So it's a very, very sad situation in regards to this market around where we are actually coming from. Is there anything else that you want to add?
Yeah, I think the impact of the malls.
The impact of the malls, yes. It's a pity that our malls, we find people like Moagi's Meat Supply who have been there for a number of years in the environment. But they will not be allowed, or not that they won't be allowed. The problem is what the malls are not actually able to afford people like them, because you've got your big retailers that have got butcheries, etc., etc. Now, how do you actually basically make it possible that they also still survive? And the main reason why I say they don't increase their prices is to make sure that they still get the clients. They still get the clients that they are used to getting over this period when the malls would have actually reduced their pricing. That also has actually contributed or is contributing towards the businesses basically starting to die a slow death. I think I'm done.
You said you're from Sebokeng, and is that where the business is operating? That's correct. Okay, fine. And how many malls are in the Sebokeng area, and what are the names of these malls?
Well, even five, and the sixth one is coming within
Okay,
4 kilometers.
Let's just give us the names, then we will work on the distances.
Okay, Palm Springs Mall,
Okay, Palm Springs,
Everton Mall.
sorry?
Everton.
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 Everton, yeah. Okay, Everton Mall.
The Sebokeng Mall in Zone 10.
You've got Tabong.
That's Tabon, sorry. Sebokeng Mall is Tabon.
Sebokeng Mall?
Yeah, it's called Tabon, sorry.
Tabon.
It's called Tabong, okay.
That's correct.
Tabong Mall.
And the one at the hostel is called,
There's one at the hostel as well.
Okay.
it's within the same,
Let's just call it a hostel mall.
Hostel Mall, yeah.
Hostel mall.
There's
Fifth one,
Zone 3 Sebokeng Mall,
zone,
shopping center.
zone 3, Sebokeng Mall.
Yes.
And then you say there's a sixth one coming.
Residencia,
There's
about 3
3 kilometers
Yeah.
away from the premises.
Okay, okay, just Palm Springs, how far is it from your premises?
It's about 8 kilometers.
It's about 8.
8 kilometers.
That's right.
And Everton Mall, how far is it?
About 6 kilometers.
So, 6 kilometers. And Tabong Mall,
Tabon Mall, 6
It's
kilometers.
about 6 as well. On the other side.
so they're sort of
South
flanking
They're
you.
in the same mall.
They're flanking you.
That's
Yes.
correct. They are all surrounding.
And then
Premises.
the hostel mall,
6.5 kilometers. They're almost
Just further
the
down.
same as
okay.
the same.
Okay.
Vicinity.
Within the same
as-
radius.
as-
same-
Yes,
same
as
radius.
the.
Okay, sure. And zone 3, Sebokeng Mall,
3
That's
kilometers.
closer. Yeah.
so that's it's the closest. And in Residencia,
It's even closer. Yeah. It's about 3 as well.
It's about 3. It's very
but
close.
very close.
Very
Okay.
close.
And you say the other 5, the existence of the other 5. When did they start operating? Did they come after you were already operating, or did you set up when they
After.
all?
They came
They
after.
all came out.
All 5 of them
All
came
5,
after.
yes.
And can you speak more on the impact? What happened when they came? What were you doing as a business? Who were you selling to? And what did you lose as a result of their arrival in Sebokeng?
Are you able to do that?
Sorry.
Are you able to do that?
Uh,
Just-
sorry.
So you basically speak to the nature of business prior to their arrival, what your business was like. You just take us through that and how you're doing. You can go in detail if we've got time. And then you tell us when they arrived, what became the impact on your business.
I think I've already alluded to the fact that from 2008
Yes.
sales, which I can provide,
Yeah.
you will see there is actually a rise in sort of performance of the business up to around about 2011, 2012, when these malls start to basically get more and more and more until up to now. That's right. So the type of people that we were selling for to is actually your local people
And
that-
consumers.
It's consumers, yes, yeah, within the locality of the shops. It's a shopping mall, basically. It's not a shopping mall. It's a small shopping complex, if I can put it that way, where we are based. That's right. Yeah, it's a very small shopping complex. It has got, other. It's got other sort of facilities like your dry clean, like your bottle store, like your grocery, small grocery shop, etc. But it's a very small environment. The people that we are selling to are your local people that are staying around the area, and
So you're selling to the households in,
it's a households around the area.
that's your
correct.
customer base?
That's my customer. That's
And
the
the
customer
small,
base.
and the small mall that you located in, what is it called?
It's Zone 7 shopping complex.
Zone
Yeah,
7. So
Zone
the-
7 shopping complex. Shopping complex.
Okay. And then you also spoke about the impact of price increases being imposed by the meat suppliers. Okay, can you dwell more on that? Okay, in December. Is that an industry norm? Is it?
It's an industry norm.
And are these increases applied to everyone in the industry?
True.
And why would they then affect you uniquely to other meat suppliers that you were competing with?
They didn't affect us until the malls came into play. It's all about the pricing at that time. Because now the very same people that we used to that used to come and buy from us and would no longer come and buy from us when we increase, when the price increases come and we actually adjust our pricing, and then they will actually just no longer basically come. We will start to see a sort of a slowdown of the sales during the period when you are expecting the sales to basically go high.
Okay, so who are your competitors for example, let's just go through the list of competitors in all the malls that you mentioned. In Palm Spring, who did you compete with there?
You've got Checkers.
Checkers. And Everton?
And I think it was, who was it before? It was Pick and Pay. What was it? Score.
I mean in Palm Springs.
That's Palm Springs, yes.
So it moved from it moved from Pick and Pay to Checkers.
It moved from Score to
Score?
Pick and Pay.
From Score to Pick and
To
Pay.
Pick and Pay. Yeah,
So
to
it's
a
not.
full, it was I think Score is a franchise, was used to be
The Pick and Pay group.
Pick and Pay group, yes, until they made it to
And
a
then they
fully
made
fledged Pick
to a
and Pay.
Pick and Pay store.
Yeah,
Okay, sure.
That's correct. That's what
So it's not Checkers. It's Pick and
Checkers
Pay.
is part of that as well. It's there.
So there's Pick and Pay and Checkers
Checkers.
in Palm Springs.
Yes.
And Waterloo.
And
Waterloo. W-A-L-T-O-O.
W
W-A-T-L-O.
TLO. Oh, Waterloo. Okay, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they're in the meat business.
Okay. In the meat
Mainly.
business. So that's an independent butchery.
That's
Yes.
correct.
Okay, fine. And they're also located in Palm Springs.
That's correct.
Okay. And in Everton, who do you compete with? Who's your competitor? Or which supermarket chain is
It's mainly
located?
Checkers.
You know, it's Checkers, Pick and Pay, Cambridge,
Cambridge. Yeah.
Roots,
Roots.
OBC.
Yes.
Yeah, that's all.
These are franchises.
Yes, no, I understand. Yeah. And how far is Everton Mall from Palm Springs?
It's about 5 Ks.
Okay. And then who's your competitor in Tabong Mall?
Spa
Spa.
and a Pick and Pay as well is there. Roots as well is there. OBC. And OBC.
Yeah, I wrote OBC. OBC.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. And how far is Tabong from?
About 6 Ks.
Okay. 6 k's. And how far is it from Palm Spring?
Oh, about 14 kilometers.
So we can do it further that one.
Okay, sure. And the hostel mall, who's your competitor there?
Prime meat,
Prime Meat? That's an independent
that's
butchery?
correct. Yeah.
Okay. And who else?
Checkers,
Yeah,
that's about
that's
all.
about it.
Yeah.
And then at Zone 3, Sebokeng Mall,
It's spa.
Spa?
Yeah,
Another spa?
yeah, spa.
Another spa, sure. And who else?
That's all.
Okay. And then, so all these malls started coming into the area from 2008?
Yeah, around that time,
Around that
2008,
time.
2009.
Yeah, mainly 2010 onwards, yeah. 2009, 2010.
Okay, sure. Between 2009 and 2010?
Yeah.
Thereabout. Okay. And then Residencia is one that's coming up. When is
It's
it?
coming up.
And then how far is this, is Residencia? Sorry, how far is Zone 3 Sebokeng Mall from your business?
About 4 kilometers.
4 kilometers.
Yeah, very close.
Okay. And Residencia, do you know have they advertised any prospective tenants for that? Or,
Not yet, but they're busy preparing.
okay, when will it open, do you know?
No, I can't exactly say.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. There was a land dispute, but it has been resolved, so they will be starting soon.
So it's still going to be constructed?
It is,
Okay,
yes.
sure. And then you say you battled, you also had some difficulties with local municipalities on trying to get land to expand your business. Can you speak more on that? Where you just speak about your location, because you said to us you are based in a shopping center. So what were your plans with regards to that location? Were you moving out of the center, and what exactly was going on there?
Okay, I can relate to that. The business expansion plan had to do with actually revitalizing the current butchery into your new type of butchery where people can just walk in and take the packs, and then they actually basically go and pay at a teller point and then they leave. But the other expansion that was actually planned was to introduce more products in your sort of value chain. That's right, yeah. And that was going to happen if we could actually obtain the shop that was next door, that is actually basically being used as offices by the political party.
Okay.
And that has been a battle to basically get that going, because it's not being used for anything else except meetings.
But how would municipality be involved in an issue of a center? Is this center owned by the municipality?
The entire center is owned by the municipality.
Which
What?
is called, which municipality?
Mfuleni.
Mfuleni.
Mfuleni local municipality.
Okay.
Mfuleni local municipality.
Okay.
That's right, yeah. We have submitted our proposals to them to indicate our willingness to manage that center, in the process revitalizing the butchery and everything else that was there. The problem, as I have indicated to you, was the fact that they have not been able to come forward in regards to the title deeds to issue the owners of those shops their actual title deeds, or provide letters of comfort that would say we are in the process of actually doing this, offering these people the title deeds, because according to the municipality, these shops have been owned by these people for as long as we can remember, and they were supposed to have already been given the title deeds. That hasn't happened. Okay. So now you can't actually go and capitalize in an environment where you do not own or you don't know what's going to happen in the future.
Okay. When did Moaki Meat Supply start operating in that center, for example?
My uncle started
He's a
in the
generation.
19, yeah.
Oh.
My uncle started in the mid-1990s, before 94,
Before 94?
yes.
And then, so with the municipality, they would be, how would the, just speak on the title deeds more. Were you going to be allocated title deeds in respect of the areas in which you were operating?
That's
And then,
correct.
so you owned that portion, like a sectional title deed?
Title, that's correct.
Okay, okay. And then, but you said to us, even with the letter of comfort from the municipality, did you ultimately get these letters of comfort?
No.
No.
You didn't?
They never basically came true, yes.
What was promised by the municipality, and where was the problem in getting the letters? Or what is the issue?
I think it was administration,
It was?
mainly administration from their side.
Okay.
To issue those. Okay, that's right. But at the same time, what we saw as a hindrance was because at that time when they were just about to issue the title deeds, they had to do evaluation of the property.
So when they were about to issue the title deeds, was this announced?
It's a public,
was
yeah.
Was it a written, were there documents, public documents?
There are documents.
That were put out
That's right.
in this regard?
There are
Okay.
documents.
Yes.
And what happened, what transpired, a process was actually instituted where they needed to get an independent valuator to come and basically indicate what was the value of these properties. What happened was the evaluator basically said there's zero
Value.
sort of
That's
value
correct.
on these, and that is when the whole issue died a slow death. We never heard anything from the municipality after that.
Okay. And this may be a little bit of a difficult question that I'm going to ask you. So let's say in relation to the municipality issue, how would you like do you have any proposal as to what the inquiry can deal with businesses that are similarly situated like yourself, that are in a similar position like yourselves? Where you, for example, have been operating for years in a municipal property, and under these circumstances, where, for example, there was consideration of giving you a title deed, which would enable you to get funding from banks and therefore expand your businesses. So, what would you, if in our dealings with the municipality, what would you like the inquiry to do?
I think we come from an environment where we say the government is supposed to create a conducive environment for businesses to thrive and to grow. And that's how economic development happens. We are hearing, people are actually now looking for land, and yet there is land that is already occupied that can be improved, okay, by just engaging people and starting to look at the best way to actually achieve that and creating that environment that the people that can actually develop and create economic prosperity around the areas that they stay should be allowed to do so.
Okay. And then my last question, in view of all the competition that you now have in the area, let's say if you were to succeed, do you still see prospects of your business growing? If you were to get this title deed, if you were to get a title deed on the property that you're operating in, notwithstanding the business that now is in the area or the competition that is now in the area? Would this be something that is of use to you if you were to get the title deeds in light of this?
Very much so.
Okay.
There's so many.
Just explain how so.
For starters, we have a small Chisanyamade,
Yes.
but we can't grow it because of the environment that is actually happening there. No proper paving. You know, people want to see something that is actually livelier now, but you can't actually go and spend where you know you're not so sure whether you'll get your return on an investment. So if the council can make that commitment to say that we can actually get to do what we want to do and we are protected around doing that, then the place can come up alive again. We believe that it can, and we can start to get more clients because we will do all those plans that we have already basically put around, and we have just basically sidelined them.
Okay, my last question. Are you paying any rental to the municipality?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
When the malls came in since 2009 onwards, by how much did the turnover of your shop drop with the entry of every mall?
I can estimate it around about 10%.
With
Drop.
every mall or in total?
Well, I can only view it on an annual basis that this has dropped from the previous year by this much. I wouldn't, the impact could be, you know, coming from any one of
Yes.
those. That's correct. Yes.
But so it's about a 10% drop per year or a 10%
average.
drop since 2009?
No, per year.
Per year.
That's right. It's been coming down. It's been a slow down, yeah.
You say you have 4 people left that you're employing. How many people did you employ in 2007, for example? 10.
10.
And what were what jobs did they do?
Sales people, over-the-counter sales people,
Okay.
yeah. And your block man and his assistants.
Okay. And then, when did you have to retrench the 6 people? Was it all at once or was it gradually?
It was gradual. It was over time, gradual. You
So
look at the
when,
situation.
can you give us a breakdown of when and in response to what? If you can recall, of course.
Some, it was actually, probably we had 1 death only, but apart from that, it was a matter of looking at what their roles were and what the business was actually making over time, and we had to sit down to basically decide, we think this person's role is no longer relevant, that person can do a role of 2 people or 3 people, etc. over time. That's the strategy we have actually been applying until now, but it's been painful because some of these people have been there since the beginning of the butchery.
When the malls opened up in the area, did the municipality ever consult with you, or are you aware of any consultations that happened before the land was developed into a mall?
No consultation.
No, there was no
We
consultation.
never consulted.
And also no consultation with the general public or the residents in the area that you are aware of?
We are not aware of those consultations that took place, yeah.
Okay. Did you ever try to enter one of these malls and open a shop in one of these malls around you?
Yes,
And what happened then?
space availability.
It's not available.
It's a matter of you get the space that they give you, and the square meters that they give you is not adequate for the businesses that we wanted to put in there. So
Okay.
it was very, very difficult to locate, if I can put it that way, into these new malls.
So it was more around space and not in any way related to the exclusivity and the lease agreements between the anchor tenants and the developer?
Well, that as well.
Can you
having to-
elaborate on that?
Having to now move from an environment where your rental was actually basically around this much to going to a rental that doubles or 3 times what you have been paying. You look at those things and you start to calculate whether is it actually making sense, and then you find that no, we are not able to basically afford this rental, and therefore we can't move over today.
Okay. Has a developer or owner of one of these shopping malls ever told you that you can't locate in that mall because Checkers or ShopRite or Pick n Pay is already operating in that mall?
I think that is actually the other thing that they look at, who already has got the rights to do that, and then they look at whether you're actually bringing any alternative competition. But I don't think in our case, we have actually been told that we cannot do that.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our hearing. Sorry, we've come to the end of today's hearings. We will proceed tomorrow at 10. Yep. So we shall see you tomorrow at 10 then. Thank you very much, and thank you for coming to this public hearings.